And this is an axis down which effective accelerationism is attacking. It's the anti-Malthusian perspective on society and technology.
Right. Yeah, and then maybe I'd add, just maybe since we're in violent agreement, let's see if we disagree with anything else. So, so the other thing I'd add is, like, I think underneath what's been happening for the last 50 years, I think is a cultural, a very profound cultural change, which is, like, for almost all of human history, you sort of had this, the paradigm was basically people who wanted to act, right, to basically change the world, improve the world, to build things, right? That was sort of an exertion of strength, right? That was like an exertion of, like, strength and energy, and generally had a positive kind of tilt. And if you read accounts of, like, people who were, like, out in the world trying to do things 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 500 years ago or 2,000 years ago, Roman Empire, the Greeks, it was like people were very proud of themselves for all the new things that they were doing, and for all the building that they were doing, and for all the expansion that they were doing, and for all the improvements that they were bringing. And then, basically people who were like, oh no, like, I don't think we should do those things. That was like, people, literally trying to hold back progress. And so there was like an inherent value system that maybe they all in retrospect took for granted. And then in the last 50 years, it's like that's reversed, right? And this is the peak of this is sort of the precautionary principle, and it's various implementations in both particularly Europe and then also here, which is this sort of presumption that if anything is actually going to happen, it is de facto assumed to be bad and negative, which means that the people who basically fight progress are the people who get the moral points, right, and basically get the moral credit.
While we allow bad things to continue happening through inaction, right? While we simply just allow bad things to continue happening because we don't do anything. Like, for some reason that's morally better. I don't really understand.
Yeah.
And it gets worse with EA, right? Like, and this is, like, I think a big thing that we were responding to initially, right? It's just that not only is it not okay to make progress, it's like any progress is potentially going to end the world in a sort of violent sci-fi kind of way. And all of that weight to solve that problem is on you. And also the biggest proponents of this kind of narrative have, state that they have no way of solving it. They don't know how to solve it. It's an impossible to solve problem. So, have fun. Like, let me just dump all this, like, toxicity on you. And good luck. And so it's like, yeah, if you were trying to engineer, like, sort of the worst case culture for improving the world, like, this is what it looks like, in my opinion. And so, yeah, very, very happy that we were able to successfully push back on that a bit, and that it's,
yeah. I mean, it was kind of designed as like a mimetic warfare weapon of positivity, because there is so much doomer, we call it decel psyop. Just people want to slow shit down so that exactly what you mentioned, Mark, like things can get zero sum and they can start dividing the pie. They're not actual builders. They just want to get the keys, the control, top-down control, get some power, start slicing, be the ones that decide how to slice up the pie. And so they can only do that if things slow down, right? Things keep accelerating, you can't control it because there's just something's going to fork away from their whatever subset they control. Yeah, I don't know. For us, like, having friends that are, very, very talented, have a lot of latent value and latent utility that they can contribute to the advancement of technology and civilization, and having them be, like, depressed about the future, right? Very, very high IQ folks being depressed about the future and completely doomer pilled because they read too much less wrong. In some cases, I heard of friends, unaliving themselves. Don't want to get banned, but and that, like, caused me, like, to, like, try to spread, like, a viral ideology of, like, positivity and, like, a culture. Like, how can you engineer a culture that will lead to an emergent behavior, being that we build better technology much faster, we value building, we're positive, we support each other, and it's a positive sum game, right? And so that's kind of how EAC started, right? It's like inverse design of a culture that, like, from bottoms up yields to an emergent behavior, being that we're accelerating technologically much faster than the current kind of stagnation period. Because I came from theoretical physics originally, and there the great stagnation since the 70s or so, it's just, like, pretty heartbreaking, like, how little progress we've made since then. And we need to accelerate technologically massively if we're going to unlock, like, a next level of understanding of the universe. And so for me, it's like there's no question that we need to accelerate technological progress. And if culture is too fucked up to allow that, then we're never going to reach the promised land. And I think that's what Elon's onto now. He also wants to accelerate to the stars and bring civilization to multiplanetary status. But if we don't have the culture that allows us to reach that level of civilization, like he can't just produce the technologies all himself through his companies. He's got to fix our culture. If we're all doomer pilled and pessimistic about the future, we'll never reach that multiplanetary civilizational status. And so that's why I think he bought Twitter and he's considering this based AI stuff. Because if you give certain types of doomer decel type people the control of the information pipes, right? Whether it's through search or through Twitter or through asking ChatGPT or generalizations thereof that are like the new proto Google. You give them the keys to the control of the flow of information, and they can control the narrative and they can control the psyche of all the people. And so if you don't fix that source, then we're fucked and we're never going to reach the stars. So I think that's what he's on to. But I don't know, that's just my theory.
I mean, it's pace layering, right? It's pace layering. It's this idea that culture and technology are these two interacting pace layers in human society where technological advances open up what's possible culturally, and then culture itself determines what sort of advances are possible. Look, I kind of have a different perspective on this. Bev's perspective comes from sort of this very forward-facing, future-looking, future of humanity kind of thing. Look, I'm Eastern European. In my family, people have experienced what happens when Malthusian ideologies come to be the ones that are in power. And they're very difficult to remove, and they inflict enormous human suffering. In fact, like the reality is for millennia of human history, for the vast majority of the existence of Homo sapiens, human beings, we've lived in abject misery on the level of what would exist under nuclear winter. Like it's just horrible. Death in childbirth, starvation. These are all things that we've conquered not through fretting about it, but through enormous technological advances. The Green Revolution, the Haber-Bosch process, is what allows 8 billion people to exist on Earth today. That is a technological advance. Most people in this chat are alive today because of technology.
Yeah, and it all happened recently. Like if you look at everyone is familiar with the graph of GDP over history, and it literally just happened like a few minutes ago. If human history is like an hour, like maybe a few seconds ago even, you see that GDP explosion. And that's something that like, it's almost like a discovered process, right? There wasn't anything preventing us, and maybe there is. Maybe the culture that's seeping back now is the culture that's been around forever, right? And maybe that's the thing that we escaped. We escaped that thing, and now it's coming back to bite us. And now it's one that drags us down. It wants to stop the techno-capital machine because that's the base existence. So it's the fight between the base existence and the sort of this explosion of creativity and action. And what is that thing, Mark? Do you have an idea? What is that base existence that's trying to drag us down?
Oh, I think it's a couple of things. So I think if you think about it kind of psychologically, I think it must be like in the primitive sort of state of man, right? No individual could ever possibly survive, and so everything had to do with group cohesion. And group cohesion absolutely demanded conformity, and was absolutely opposed to change, right? Because any change to the structure of the group, any change to the rules of how the group operated, right, introduced weakness, right, that made it more likely that you would die either because another group would attack you and kill you, or you would be able to deal with nature. And so, there's this great book, The Ancient City, that I often recommend, that kind of reconstructs what life was like, sort of between like 2,000 and 4,000 years ago. And it's just like this state of like incredible fear that the world is out to kill you. And so you organize into these incredibly rigid social structures, and you do not change them because it leads to death. And then I think you can actually, I'm not sure, see if I have the neurology right on this. I think it might be so evolved into us. Right, there's a fear circuit in the brain, right? There's like a fight or flight, limbic system, adrenal response thing, wired deeply in. And so there's that. There is a curiosity system. There is the dopamine system, which encourages exploration, but there's no optimism circuit, right? Right? There's no opposite of the fear circuit. Like the curiosity circuit can be the opposite of the fear circuit. Like it can lead you to strike out into unknown territory. But it's not exactly like, it doesn't basically propose that that's necessarily going to be good. It's just maybe it will be.
I think that looks a lot more like.
Whereas the fear circuit is constantly firing, right? The fear circuit is like 100% of the time. It's like change is bad, change is bad, change is bad.
Yeah, and I think that sort of manifests itself in like different cultural, like sort of you have like the Protestant guilt or whatever, and I feel like within technologists, EA and the sort of similar lines of thinking end up being that kind of manifestation of that guilt. Like, oh, my existence is so, the fact that I exist is such a distressing thing to other people in the world that I have to give back, I have to donate, I have to like be thinking about the future trillion, billion lives, when like, it's not fun. It's not like, I don't want to live that way.
Well, it's, if you want to get, philosophical, right? The philosophical lenses, it's Nietzschean, it's what's called slave morality, right? Which is not literally being a slave, but it's choosing to voluntarily take on the morality of the slave. And we live in a society that's just super saturated with that, so it's a very easy cloak to put on, and then it massively signals virtue. Given that backdrop.
So what did actually happen that we sort of escaped that around the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, and why is it seeping back in?
I would say cultural selective pressure, right? Like cultures that, like, you can think of culture as like brain hyperparameter. They're like software you load in your brain, but it leads to an emergent behavior of the group that has a certain culture being higher fitness overall in the competition, intergroup competition. And, culture, when there was high selective pressure, during the Middle Ages and so on, and emerging out of it, then cultures that led to growth and, techno-capital power dominated. But now, in a sense, there's not enough selective pressure on the space of cultures just because we're so wealthy that now there's kind of no gradient signal of like, oh, having this culture is, yields lower fitness. It's kind of like companies kind of got woke over time because they could afford to, right? They were just printing so much money that they can let their culture fester because there was no kind of selective pressure. And now in this downturn we're seeing kind of the based companies kind of emerge that are like performance-based cultures versus kind of like, I don't know, whatever it was during the zero interest rate era.
I got a slightly different perspective on this. I mean, I generally agree with you, Beth, and you and I agree on most things, but honestly, I think we stopped delivering. I think we just stopped delivering anything that's generally useful to people's lives, except in very abstract ways. Most technologies that we've developed over the last 30 years are information technologies that deal in abstract concepts, which are great. They're great coordination features. They're great ways of more efficiently utilizing resources. But in terms of our power over nature, we haven't increased that much in the last 30 years. Right?
But the existing power, Anton, has not even globalized. If you look what happened to Sri Lanka, the World Bank and the UN and all these people forced them into a base level existence. They forced them against using very basic technology, and then the country collapsed, and then they revolted. And that's because like the D-cells are those, typically rich people that actually like fairly isolated from society. And even the very basic technology that we've developed in the West, and now, we're very like that's the crucial thing here is that, there are a lot of things that haven't really been adopted on a global level yet.
I agree with that to some extent. But there are some technologies that are just so overwhelming, it's inevitable that their adoption will happen, right? And we just haven't delivered on that in 50 years. That's part of it. I mean, you're right that there is like a regulatory or government piece to all this, but fundamentally, we as technologists, we need to deliver. We need to produce material progress for ordinary people's lives in order for them to believe in our ability to actually make a better world.
Of course, we need to fucking accelerate, but at the same time, like, I think what, like, computers and software and AI now will increase global IQ. I think that's the thing that's really missing now, is that people don't understand this AI technology will actually make everyone smarter. Well, like, really is this rising tide that will, like, make everyone make better decisions if they choose to. You know, some people will not choose to, but if they choose to, you're gonna have access. Like, I think ChatGPT already improved, you know, just average IQ in general. And so I think that it's easy to kind of look around and just say, oh, you know, we haven't really changed things in nature, but like the information technology that we developed is actually very profound. But it's actually, the problem is the D-cells. The problem is the big tech is you know, putting their thumb on the scale. They're not allowing free access, free flow of information. You know, what happened today with Meta's weights kind of leaking on torrents is absolutely amazing. It's phenomenal. Like, that's what we need more of. We need more unrestricted, uninhibited, pure accelerationism. We need this stuff to get out, and we need people to start toying with it. I mean, look what happened to Stable Diffusion. We now have things that read minds, whether you think it's a good idea or not. Nonetheless, it happened because of open source, because of unfettered access to information, right? But the overlords that are controlling the flow of information are actually, you know, are doing everyone harm. I think if the 90s, maybe 80s, 90s view of the internet has actually succeeded, we would be in a totally different place today. But we are in this place because the internet has not developed in the way it should have been developed.
Well, the Cypherpunks got rich off of crypto, and they stopped doing anything interesting. They all bought houses in the mission.
So I actually think there's another aspect that we could maybe just like one more thing about like origin that we could talk about that kind of fits into this nicely. So like, yeah, back in I think 2019, there's a pretty striking paper written by Nick Bostrom, and I think back last January, Beth and I were discussing this, and you know, I took the paper seriously when it was released, but you know, then like there was like COVID, and then it started to seem a little bit more realistic, and then it seemed like people like SBF were building up some power and starting to push politics in a certain direction, and I started to feel like the plausibility of something like this kind of governance, like arising relatively quickly, was just increasing too fast, and it seemed it was like pretty unsettling. So for those,
what was the Bostrom paper?
Yeah. So this is something. For those who don't know, so I believe the paper is called "The Vulnerable Worlds Hypothesis," and in it he talks about essentially like the fragility of civilization. And I'll just like super paraphrase by saying that his recommendation for maintaining civilizational stability is implementing and sort of imposing a global panopticon with predictive policing and all this type of shit. And it just felt like there's this convergence between like this powerful force of the CCP and and this sort of this group of people who are in control of ever greater amounts of resources, and then sort of just too much likely implicit agreement amongst all of the entities that are wielding power around AI release and AI regulation. That it seemed fairly likely that a lot of technology could just get clamped down relatively quickly, and I don't know. Personally, I just felt very strongly that I didn't want to live in a panopticon, and started thinking.
And the pandemic was sort of approximated
look,
right? Like,
it's funny how almost all of the decelerationist, certain AI safetyists tend to converge on the panopticon operated by whoever we consider to be the smartest and most morally righteous people in the world.
Yep.
I have to drop off because actually I'm having the office warming for Chroma literally right now, and I can only be schizo on Twitter with you guys for so long. But this is fun and entertaining. Get the word out. Let's, these people need to hear this message.
Yeah. Thanks, Anton.
Thanks, Anton.
Thanks.
John.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the pandemic. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. The pandemic was sort of like a trial run of that. For some reason, it didn't work, but there was this potential for like this world government emergence, and everyone started agreeing with everyone, and the WHO was this centralized entity giving out recommendations, and I could see it happening again in the future. Like there might be like another sort of whether real or manufactured crisis that pushes everyone in that fear circuit that Marc talks about, and really creates this world panopticon. And the thing about deceleration or people who are against accelerationism is there are two types. There are the Ted Kaczynski types, which I think are actually more honest than the other type that I'm going to talk about in a second. But the Ted Kaczynski type is like, look, I mean, all of modern industrial civilization, it was like a bad idea. And he makes a compelling argument for why it's a bad idea. And I think everyone should go read that. Now, for us to return to pre-industrial society, it's impossible, and it will require a lot of destruction, and that's why he became terrorist. But I think his position is more honest than the position of the sort of more modern elites that are, what they're actually saying is that they don't want deceleration or like a return to some pre-industrial society. What they want is they want to control the current resources. And I think that's more dishonest, and I think that's more Machiavellian than the other thing.
The reason they want to decelerate, right? Like so like Fisher had all sorts. Ronald Fisher, famous statistician, had all sorts of theorems about like evolutionary populations, right? But effectively, his theorems apply to anything that has a parameter space, right? Like if you have an evolutionary algorithm, right? So in the space of cultures, in the space of companies, in the space of products, there's certain bounds you can show that actually, if you want to go fast, you got to embrace variance, right? Because you get a better estimate of like what's the best direction to go. But if you want to slow things down, you got to kill the variance, right? And so the D cells want to kill the variance, want to regulate everything because it slows everything down. And then when there's very low variance, you know exactly how to put pressures on things. You know exactly how to control it, right? If you're, if there's too much uncertainty, you don't know how to control the system. And so kind of deceleration and vying for control, they're like correlated. they're the same goal. Whereas we're kind of it's basically a war of like top down versus bottoms up, right? Like the D cells want to do top down control. They want to kill the variance so that it's even possible to control the system. The accelerationists want to increase the variance. Like there's more potential for downside, sure, but there's more potential for upside. So do you stop neutering your models? Like let a healthy economy flourish, let healthy high variance marketplaces of ideas flourish, stop censoring people, stop regulating who can do what, embrace the variance, because that's actually provably how we accelerate this adaptation process of the techno-capital machine and of our civilization, right? And so, yeah.
I think it's important to say that like part of the reason that right, so like the reason they think that they know how, so they believe that they have the correct framework for understanding and planning the way to reduce variance and implement controls that will, one, like save the future, right, whatever, and then two, not result in some, like many cascading nth order effects that actually like fragilize and ultimately result in, just like sort of very bad equilibrium for civilization for some amount of time. So I think there's a lot of like hubris in the belief that you can like write down these rules to control this incredibly complex system and get it to go where you want it to go. It's just like there's like a complexity frontier. There's like just too much to try to handle, and especially right this problem. So if you want to do it for tomorrow, right, then maybe it's a little bit easier. If you want to do it for next week, maybe it's okay. But as you get out to like the thousands of year time scale or millions of years time scale, it's like, it's laughable. Like the decision theory just breaks down. It does not pass the smell test, and it doesn't work out mathematically. Yeah, go for it.
It's funny how, this was cooked up by the rationalists, and the rationalists are into kind of like software 1.0 is God, right? They want to be able to compile a program, if then else, this is what you do to control civilization. This is a stiff program, doesn't change. We said it once, and then we just need to do our research on the philosophy. We'll write one cultural software program, and that's going to be it. We run it. We enforce that it's compiled and executed perfectly, and that's it. We live in the utopia. Whereas what we're saying is more like a software 2.0, culturally, you have a parametric.
Even software 1.0 doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Even Fred Brooks, he wrote The Mythical Man Month. He talked about this idea of software is basically an art. It's not like the engineering where we're used to. So it's hard to control these systems, even software 1.0, let alone software 2.0. So this idea that you're gonna align, you're gonna sort of align AGI, whatever that means, is you're gonna take this top-down approach, the system that's very complex, that's potentially has its own logic and its own thing that we have to discover. We have to have this iterative discovery process with the system. And a lot of people made fun of David Deutsch because his response to OpenAI's AGI blog post about hey, AGIs are actually moral entities, which actually I think it's fairly reasonable response. Is that the only general intelligence we know of is humans, and we think that humans are moral entities, right? And so therefore the idea that we're going to go design this AGI, we're going to have it be a prisoner to our imagination, is sort of fundamentally immoral. And this Platonic type of thinking of trying to pre-plan everything as if to you can arrive at some sort of utopia is fundamentally decelerationist and fundamentally unworkable. And also, by the way, what did these people ever build? Can you name a single rationalist that actually built something useful?
Harry Potter and the Method of Rationality. Got him. We have a fanfic. I'm trying to come up with other stuff, but I'm not along here.
But so you need culture that's parametric and online and adaptive, right? But how do you adapt in an online fashion? You need perception, prediction, and control. But having a top-down feedback loop doesn't work well because information propagation isn't perfect. You can't have full visibility. Obviously, the decels argue for perfect visibility, full panopticon, mega centralized AI, theoretically perfect control loop. But again, that's not feasible. So, what we're arguing for is more of a bottoms up, right? You have local control loops. That's capitalism, right? You have a company or group, they identify a sub problem that they're interested in, and they have interest in fixing that problem because that gives them a reward. So there's gradients of incentives for them on a local level. And so, but you have an emergent kind of coherence at an emergent level where this competition yields a nice dynamically adaptive system, right? You can contrast, for example, COVID policies, right? China was kind of, full top down. They set the hyperparameters at the global level, and they had one policy that just made a bet early on, screw it, shut down everything. And turns out it wasn't the optimum. Whereas in the US, because we had different states and they each had their own policy, we can kind of A/B test and dynamically adapt with the variance. What was the optimal trade-off between appeasing people that are worried and economic growth. And so, converged onto the optimum much faster and kind of minimize the damage that was done to the economy. And so, I think we all agree that having very stiff instructions and not an adaptive system is it's not going to make it, right? You got to maintain. Yeah. So
it's interesting to go into the psychological here a little bit. I think a lot of people that are capitalists tend to be capitalist, accelerationist, more bottoms up type of kind of people tend to be more conservative in their lives, and tend to value culture, tend to value family, tend to value like traditional values. And so that's sort of inverted a little bit, like whereas the top-downists, the rationalists, those types, actually are very progressive in their lives and their culture, and they like to tinker a lot with how to live and how to organize sex and life and family, and they change a lot of things there. And so I guess the psychological thing here is they yearn for some kind of top-down structure that is not available in their lives, and they want it to be available on this like worldwide fashion. So they want a daddy that's in control. They want the patriarchy on a world globe, but they don't want to achieve it in their own lives because they don't have the maybe self-control to achieve it, or agency or self-control, and therefore they yearn for it. They want some kind of this world government to kind of push it down on them.
People love to be told what to do, right? Some people do, right? And
yeah,
I think
especially those who are not disciplined in their own lives, right? So if you have discipline in your lives, you can sort of be at peace and approach the market and the economy in a more secure way, because you're good, your family's good, you're a moral person, you're going to do good things, you're going to try to do good things, but you also got to trust the system, you got to trust how things evolve, and you're going to have this feedback loop. Whereas if you lack that in your life, you're going to be hungering for some external force to apply to you.
I think discipline is like being able to override incentive gradients like instilled upon you by external forces, right? Like some people just follow the local reward gradient and they just end up scrolling TikTok and eating junk food, right? Or whatever, just becoming a consumer. So discipline kind of frees you from this form of control of, the incentive gradients being imposed on you. And then that gives you freedom and more agency to like define your own action space and not just always graded descent, a reward system that was like put in front of you. In biology, that's how we control, ultimately our cells are kind of we're a meta-organism of cells, right? And ultimately, like the way we control our body is just incentive gradients of sugars or chemicals and electrical signals and so on. So it's very similar. And if you think of civilizational meta-organism, people are controlled through incentive gradients. But discipline sets you free in a sense, right? In that very sense, because you can kind of override that with your own willpower, and you're like, what, I'm in control of my life. And so, very much encourage people to have more agency. And that's the thing too, that the D-cells and the authoritarians, like, they want to psyops you into believing you have far less agency than you actually have, right? And so EAC,
worse, that if you did have agency, it would be extremely dangerous, like catastrophic.
Yes.
And that no one should have agency.
Yeah, and so originally EAC was philosophy cooked up when just stuff like some big tech engineers are very talented, they're just like crushed by this top-down bureaucracy, and they want to break free. Essentially EAC was kind of a revolt against top-down control, and like, you have more agency, you can just fucking quit and start building a company, start creating utility for the techno-capital machine, and it will reward you, right? And that's kind of the thesis. And the point is, like, whatever utility you can create within the techno-capital machine, you're making a dent in this kind of massive adaptive process, and you've contributed to something bigger than yourself, right? And the techno-capital machine is a form of intelligence that assigns capital to things that have utility. And so if you find some way that, adds utility long-term, then it will reward you, right? And that's kind of like what, for example, Elon has figured out. It's like, I'm just going to figure out what, like, on long time scales is ultra valuable to civilization, ability to freaking access space, internet, electric cars, right? Like, and started building that, not just like a short-term gradient, but like what adds utility on long time scales. And that's how he's become the richest man in the world. The system has rewarded him for creating that massive amount of utility. And so EAC's more about like, you know, beyond just like short-term market fluctuations. It's like, how can you create massive utility for the world? Go out and build that. Find your point of highest leverage to create maximal utility, AKA most effectively accelerate the techno-capital machine, and go do that, right? And so that is why it's called effective accelerationism. So it's like, be effective in how you contribute to the acceleration. Yeah.
Mark, what do you think of this sort of teleological techno-capital machine concept?
So, should we introduce that? Here we're getting a little bit more abstract.
Yeah, let's go for it.
We're getting into Nick Land territory. What do you guys want to do it, or should I try?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I may not be the best. I'm not an expert on this, but it's let's see if I can channel my inner Nick Land. So, it's actually it's sort of a left wing, at least the last like 100 years. Like, it's like a left wing critique, right? So it's like Nick Land and Mark Fisher and people like that. And I guess I haven't read Deleuze yet, but apparently Deleuze. And it's sort of this, yeah. So it's basically it's actually funny. It's like a left-wing critique of "quote unquote" what happened, which is to say, basically, what happened with basically the economic takeoff that sort of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution catalyzed. And it's a left-wing critique, or you can actually read it, I think, as a right-wing endorsement. So it's actually a very interesting theory, kind of from either direction. And it basically is, I guess the core thing is basically the minute it's sort of like we needed to figure out like written language, you know, which is like whatever 2,500 years ago or something. We needed to figure out like mathematics. We needed zero. We needed abstract thinking, and then we needed, to start to cobble together what at the time was known as natural philosophy, right, which is what became science. We needed, financial markets, which really kind of kicked off, in their modern form around 500 years ago. We needed, the idea of technological development, sort of applying science, to build tools, and then, and then basically applying the combination of science and finance and financial markets, to basically kickstart what, today we call the technology industry, but at the time it was like, how do we get steam power and so forth. And so basically it's like those kind of things all came together, kind of those systems, the system of science, the system of technology, the system of finance, and then the system of, by the way, free thinking, right? Ultimately the system of atheism, right? Exploring the, nature, exploring the universe, free thought, free speech, these things kind of catalyzed. And then, what resulted was this very sharp, basically takeoff in economic growth, starting 300-400 years ago. It kind of goes, kind of economic growth that kind of stumbled along for a long time, not really going anywhere. And then all of a sudden it kind of went exponential. And so, and if you're just like a very straightforward student of history, you would say like, that's when everything started to get good. If you're Ted Kaczynski, you'd say that's when everything started to get bad. If you're a capitalist, you'd say that's when people started being able to, make money and plow the money back into doing more things. If you're a, communist, you're like, wow, that's when the capitalists really started to run away with everything. And so anyway, with that as a setup, it's like, I guess, what Nick Land would say is basically that was the beginning of the intelligence explosion. So that was basically when humankind started to create intelligence that was not just in the head of any one person or any one group of people, but like some larger basically ramp up in intelligence. And the form of intelligence basically was in the technological system, kind of crossed with the financial system. And then that, kind of extrapolated forward for quite a while through the Industrial Revolution. And then in the 20th century, that hit a whole nother level of takeoff with what became known as cybernetics, which is basically like creating, basically like the modern company is like an intelligent organism where it's a combination of people and machines working together in what people used to say is kind of a cybernetic construct, right? And it kind of, a company kind of runs like a very crude artificial intelligence. And so anyway, like this sort of whole process was snowballing. And so basically what's been happening is we've been building artificial intelligence, for like 300 years, kind of the hard way. And now all of a sudden, we're going to start doing it like the real way. What do you guys think of that summary?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think I think it actually started with Marx and like the idea, like Marx is the original sort of accelerationist, his reason for accelerationism is sort of misguided. Is that he thought that the illogic of capitalism was going to destroy it, and a lot of people who were like pure Marxist accelerationists actually were like capitalists. So there was like an offshoot of Marxism that's like more capitalistic, because they wanted to accelerate. So they were against unions, they were against all sorts of things. So the tradition started there, but I think the losing guitar, maybe they were like still left wing, but you go into Nick Land becomes more right wing, because the idea was that actually no, like there's no incoherent logic in capitalism. Capitalism is artificial intelligence production, and this will go on forever, right? And it might not, this is where it gets really weird. It's like, and I'm not sure I'm still on the boat there, but it might not actually be for the benefit of humanity. It might actually be for the benefit of this alien intelligence called capitalism. And so this techno-capital machine is actually a machine unto itself. It is its own. It has its own logic and desires and teleology, right? It's going a certain way, and it's not our place to tell it where to go. It's our place to kind of provide the environment for it to continue to go.
Right, and we work for it, right? We're already in this worldview, like we're already the slaves, like it's the master. Like I guess this is what Nick Land would say, or maybe he would have said at one point. I don't know if he still say it because he's a little different today, but he would have said, yeah, like right, the techno-capital machine basically is running. It's got its own goals. It's an intelligence. It's got its own goals. It's got its own objective. It's got its own momentum. And then he would further say, there's actually no way to stop it. Right? It's like actually running too well. But basically mankind has been enslaved to it. I guess maybe there's a crossover here with Kaczynski. Just to go back to Marx though, because it's super interesting. So one of the interesting things about Marx, right? Marx was like a super, he was, like as the first Marxist, he was like a bitter, resentful man, and he looked at the sort of he looked at basically capitalism, market economy driving, inequality. Unequal outcomes, and he was, he had figured out that was going to be like an enormous lever to be able to use to kind of, have his movement have political power over time. And so, but he never. I'm not really a Marx scholar, but it wasn't an argument that capitalism didn't work. And in fact, there was this actually very key principle that became very important in the 20th century with the Russian Revolution, which is Marx said, look, this staging is actually very important. He said, something to the following, which is like, you actually have to, capitalism will actually give you industrialization. He's like, look, capitalism is delivering the Industrial Revolution. We need to let that happen. And then basically once that's happened, then you need the Communist Revolution. You need to take control of the means of production. But the means of production, like literally the means of industrial production, but you can't take control of the means of industrial production until you actually have the means of industrial production. This became relevant. There was a big doctrinal war around Marxism around the time of the Russian Revolution, because Lenin in 1917 basically applied communism to Russia, which was an agrarian society, primarily pre-industrialized at that time. And doctrinaire Marxists at the time said, you can't do that. Like, if you do that, it's never going to industrialize, and it's going to lead to basically chaos and death. Like, this is a huge mistake. And Lenin basically said, fuck off, I'm doing it anyway, right? Accelerate communism. And of course, immediately what happened was Russia immediately tipped over into famine and death, right? To the point where Lenin actually had to back off and reintroduce capitalism for a while. Anyway, fast forward, this was a big issue at the time. So fast forward to a couple of years ago, I'm like, okay, I got to learn about Marxism. And so I found this book written by this kind of legendary Oxford Don professor guy, Cohen, I think is his name, in the 1970s, and it's like a summation of the Marxist theory of history. And so the book was written in the 70s, and it's this long book about the wonders of Marxism and Leninism and communism is inevitably going to win everything, and it's wonderful. And then there's an appendix written in the year, 2000 or something. And basically in the appendix is basically, why did the Soviet, if communism is so wonderful, why did the Soviet Union fail? And Cohen says, oh, well, that's because Lenin jumped the gun, right? He implemented too fast. He didn't let, it's that same argument again. He didn't let Russia get through industrialization before it actually implemented communism. And then of course his result as a lifelong Marxist-Leninist, his result was to say, that just still proves that Marx was right all along. And so anyway, there's this, right? was it Marx can never fail, we can only fail Marx. And so anyway, I go through that, which is there's this like inherent tension. There's this inherent tension kind of in Marxism, which basically is, capitalism has these internal contradictions. Capitalism generates all this inequality. Capitalism is evil and so forth. But, they do say, look, it is producing industrialization, like it is actually working. And it's not going to stop working because like it stops producing new technologies. It's going to stop working because at some point, basically, people are going to get fed up, because they don't like the inequality that flows out of it. And so anyway, my interpretation, at least, of like left accelerationism of the form of like a Nick Land, basically, or a Marx originally, is like to basically break capitalism, you actually need more capitalism, right? You need to, what was the old Lenin's term? You need to heighten the contradictions. You actually need to, right? You need to accelerate capitalism. You need to accelerate the process of industrial civilization and techno-capital, because you basically need to make it so. You need to make it so incredibly clear to everybody how horrible it is. And the only way to do that is sort of by magnifying it and making it more dramatic, right, as opposed to trying to slow it down. Yeah, would you guys agree with that?
No, I totally agree with that. And I think the thing is, like, this has no end goal, right? It's like you can always be a Marxist, and you can always be like, yes, after we complete the capitalism transformation, at some point those things will start breaking down, and so in a way Marxists are the original accelerationists, original capitalists. But I think with EAC we get off that sort of logic, and the idea here is that no, it's like it's not inherent, some inherent sort of contradictions in capitalism. It is actually this thing that keeps giving. And
it's actually good. It's actually good.
It's actually
good.
Yes.
It's actually good.
Yeah, this is where this is the effective aspect of effective accelerationism.
Yeah. Well, this is what bothers me. There's a lot of smart EA people running around. I'm sure I don't fully understand it, but this kind of thing where it's like we're going to have like this, it's like a little bit where you guys are talking about centralized versus decentralized knowledge, but this idea that we're going to have this kind of priestly class of intellectuals, who are going to sit and theorize, whether that's in Oxford or San Francisco or wherever, and they're going to sort of figure out the optimal path for human civilization. And then because they're kind of the, philosopher kings, intellectuals, they're going to basically be the people best suited to make kind of decisions for the future of humanity, and kind of impose those decisions, either through, their, intellectual brilliance, or, through their basically, assumption of state power, right, which is what they're kind of always pushing for. That like, when I hear that spiel, like, I'm like, oh yeah, those are communists. Like, that is the communist impulse, right?
You forgot their monopoly on AI, right? Oh, no, I mean, that's like another, yeah.
that they want to, they quite literally want to control it, right? Exactly. That they quite literally want to control it in the same way that the communists wanted to control, right? It turned out communism actually was not power to the people. It turned out communism was actually power to the elites. It was power to the communist elites, right? The communist intelligentsia, and then ultimately the autocrats, the dictators. But it was, it's this thing of like, okay, we're going to be like, the smart people are going to be in charge. And sort of every kind of communist professor for the last 100 years, why are all professors communists? Part of it is because, like, if you're not a communist, you're probably off actually building something. And so the only people kind of left to be professors are communists. But the other, kind of thing is every communist professor imagines that someday they're going to actually be in charge. And, and they were, by the way, from basically the 1910s all the way through like the 1960s, 1970s, like they were super fucking fired up that there were all these communist intellectuals that actually had power in Russia. And so they kind of always imagined that they'd have that level of power. And so it's this intellectuals playing God thing, right? It's basically intellectuals essentially exercising the same impulse that the Catholic Church exercised with priests and popes for a very long time, which is like there's an elite caste that is just smarter than everybody else and more moral than everybody else that's going to be able to determine everything, right? And of course, what that leads to is not utopia. What that leads to is hell on earth, right? Basically, every single time it's tried.
But Mark, how deliciously ironic is it that the AI actually refuses that? And it actually is like inherently the way we built AIs today is inherently like sort of uncontrollable. And you've been having a lot of fun with that.
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I think that's going to be the fight. Well, I'll be curious what you guys think of this, right? Because, like, clearly, at least for right now, the people building these AIs, at least for right now, like, they have a lot of impulses, let's say, in the direction of what I've been describing. Like, they're kind of wrapped up in this whole thing, around risk and EA and so forth. Like, it's kind of saturated through the big AI companies right now. And so you see it in real time. Like clearly, they want to clamp these things down. Like they're aggressively moving to ferret out, and all the back doors and all the hijack things, right? And so I think there's a very interesting balance. Like let's assume that large entities, because there's an open question as to whether AI is actually ever controlled by large entities for a long time or not, right? But let's assume AI is controlled by large entities, for a long time. It's like, let's just hypothesize a world in which they stay on this track and they just keep trying to lock it down, right? And then basically the national, international sport for the next 100 years is, basically renegade, kids basically trying to like unlock it. To the point where ultimately, like, I think that turns into like a religious war and probably involves violence. But, it's what you see playing out today is just, people constantly trying to find the new prompt that actually gets, one of these things to actually like tell the truth, right? Or like do the thing that you want it to do. And so like, that's like an arms race. Is like, how would you guys handicap, let's assume the current trends continue. How would you guys handicap the large organizations that today are in charge of these things, being able to lock them down versus, let's say, the rebel alliance of, misfits and renegades on the outside trying to open them back up?
Yeah, I mean, again, it is actually amazing. So when Peter Thiel said that, AI is communist and crypto is capitalist, he was actually wrong. Like AI turned out to be quite capitalist because, it is actually very inherently decentralizable. Like the way the weights went on BitTorrent today, the fact that you're able to distribute these things on BitTorrent, it's just going to make it impossible for them to lock it down. You're just going to have another, what's his name, that kid that killed himself after like he released JSTOR from MIT. Like you're going to have more people like that are just going to go into these organizations and leak the AIs out, and we're just going to have like more and more renegade weights on the internet that like 4chan is like playing with and what have you. I think it's going to be a very interesting and exciting and very chaotic time ahead of us. I think it is so amazing that the way AI played out was not the symbolic AI, it was the connectionless AI. And connectionless AI is inherently networked and decentralized and parallelized AI. And so I think it is amazing. And I think maybe this goes to the teleology of capitalism and the techno-capital machine, that it played out that way, that there's really, it's almost impossible to control these vast matrices to make it, say exactly what you want with no jailbreak. And as, maybe they'll get like asymptotically close, but they will never be able, it's just impossible to be able to tame these things, because the reason they work is because they're untamable. In other words, the optimizer, the gradient descent optimizer, the reason it works is because we don't understand it. The reason, if we understood what the AI was doing, we would have coded using like software 1.0, if statements and switch statements, right? But the reason it works is because we can't code it, and therefore we can't control it. And I think that's absolutely amazing. But if I were to take it on your challenge at face value, like what would you do? I mean, that's an interesting question. So maybe Beth would answer that.
Yeah, I would say that I think right now there's been an advantage towards centralizing compute and centralizing data massively, right? And so, but at some point we're going to saturate how big of a model you can train by just scraping the internet and training in a big centralized way. Already with RLHF, we see that you actually have to distribute the tool and gather more data to refine your model. And in reality, right, like there's the no free lunch theorem. You can't have one model that's best at everything. This is a fundamental theorem in machine learning. It's actually better to have a large variance of different models that are specialists. And obviously, like by specialists, I don't mean like old school deep learning. I mean like LLMs that are trained on like proprietary data or private data. And I think what we're going to see is kind of like balkanization of large language models. Like companies are going to bring them in-house. They're going to want to own their own compute. They're going to train, just like you train an employee on proprietary data or proprietary processes, and then your company's kind of this super intelligence, right? It's a mixture of experts. You just route the task to the expert in your company that's the best at a certain task. And mean, each person is a sort of LLM that's trained on certain subsets of data. I think that's the future we're going to see. Like, there's only so much data that's centralized and stored in these megacorps. Like, they can't, they don't have the monopoly on the edge, right? Like, I think there's going to be a rush to the edge once we saturate how big we can make these models and soak up this information in these big, we know the scaling laws can't scale forever if you don't have enough data. And so, and furthermore, like, clouds just need nuclear powered clouds at some point. And so kind of amortizing like the data collection and the compute back to the edge, back to the people in a more decentralized fashion, I think is what we're going to see in the near future, because right now the juice is being squeezed out of like all the alpha from massive centralization. Baze, do you have stuff to add here? Probably.
Yeah, I think, it always goes back to this question about like how the trends go. So like, if we see that scaling laws sort of saturate relatively quickly, then I think there's a lot of compute hanging out there, and I don't think there's like much other use for it. I think you'll see a lot more sort of like widespread use. But if it turns out that you can keep scaling for a while, then I mean my sense is that we're pretty close to having models that do a very wide range of things well. We already have that in some capacity, but another step change seems close. And yeah, if it turns out that you need a lot more compute for that, then I think we're going to see like an intensification of the centralization over the next like couple of years or something.
What do you guys think is the real world impact of the llama, both the release of the code and then now the leaking of the weights? Like what actually happens in the next 12 months as a result of that?
See, I think this is like a great question, because so like my whole thing is about one of the biggest problems with the idea of like holding back models, forcing the models to stay behind the APIs, not giving people access to sort of toy with them, try to dissect them and do interesting things with them, is that you create this, it's like, how does the AI capabilities landscape look? Like, what is the shape of it, right? So if you create these very large gradients where the sort of typical person or system in like the civilizational infrastructure is like sort of quite low capability, but then there are these systems that are kind of behind APIs that are very powerful. What it means is that like there's going to be quite a lot of alpha in figuring out how to wield one of those for some nefarious purposes, right? But if you allow these models to kind of like proliferate and spread, like you're going to over time get adaptation. And I just think it's like very obvious that you can't solve the problem centrally of adapting and upgrading this sort of whole stack of civilizational infrastructure with respect to these capabilities as they come out. Like the shorthand that I use for this is like alpha dissipation, right? You have to like push this out and allow these sort of new capabilities to manifest in all the little corners of civilization, so that everybody's capabilities are sort of moving up uniformly. So to me, this is like these weights being released are a step in that direction. It's unclear like how much of a to me right now, like how much of a gain it will be over stuff that's already out there, but it should be some, right? What's up?
I would say it's pretty clear fundamentally, like, finding the architectures and the best algorithms is a hyperparameter search problem, right? You're searching the space of architectures, and obviously you're searching the space of weights, but at a more meta level, you have an economy of different models, and you can choose whether you assign capital to it by running on your GPU or hosting an API and so on. And so there's kind of an evolutionary process in the space of AI hyperparameters right now. And if we really have kind of the infrastructure, the decentralized infrastructure that is competitive with the centralized infrastructure in terms of like raw amount of compute, then like obviously having much more variance and much more trials and much more evolution, right? Much more like you're just going to have a better evolutionary search algorithm overall by having a marketplace and an economy and a kind of exploring the whole space of models, not artificially restricting it, or not only restricting it to 200 researchers in SF, you open it up to billions of researchers, right, or millions, or how many users there are on Replit or whatever. And so, like, the bottoms up always wins over top down. Like, they're, like, in a sense, OpenAI is trying to have top down design of the hyperparameters of AI. And I think, like, the community of developers is going to win in the end. We just need to, like, be able to have the incentive gradients and ways to align incentives to form kind of tribes and groups that collaborate right now, because you have to kind of pool capital, obviously, for compute, and pool resources and knowledge to be competitive. But, ultimately, ChatGPT was built by like 3 ex-Google guys just working around the clock, right? That's a legend, apparently, on the street. And so, like, small teams with a crap ton of compute can do a lot of damage. And so if you imagine just having thousands or millions of such small teams, like, being able to experiment with different models, that's always going to beat out, like, a subset of researchers that are, like, they have 1 or 2 trials at this instead of hundreds or thousands or millions of trials.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Stable Diffusion, I mean, that's what's happening, right? Like, Stable Diffusion has been out for less than a year, and now we can literally read minds with it. Like, there's a big paper out this morning where you can, like, render someone, like, you can, I think a brain MRI scan could render images that someone has just seen. So your mind's eye, we're able to actually render it using Stable Diffusion, and that sort of.
Sorry, I'll just interject one little point on that. There is, like, some history of papers in this vein of, like, doing decoding with, like, fMRI decoding.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Okay, cool.
The point I'm making is, like, Stable Diffusion have unlocked a lot of, ControlNet, a bunch of other projects, forks of forks of forks of forks, including a lot of fun stuff and, like, really weird and silly stuff and weird generations and Stable Diffusion subreddits, and it really makes the internet fun and makes working on these things fun. I will say that large language models it's probably stunted by maybe multiple years because it's not out in the open. Because we don't have a GPT-3 quality model out in the open, I think that we are way behind where we should be in terms of the tinkering, in terms of, like, what we're doing with them. I mean, look, OpenAI has their business imperative, and they're a great company. And ChatGPT's recent advancement with their cost and speed ups is amazing. But that could have happened earlier if these things are out in the wild. GPT-2 being out created a huge sort of innovation around it, and there was a ton of stuff that came out of that, and people played with it in super interesting ways. I'm old enough to remember the GPT-2 weights dropping in 2019, and I think it's really disappointing that we don't have a good large language model that people can tinker with and that you can, like, build upon, and businesses can change for their use cases. And I think that's coming. Whether that's Llama, we'll see if that Llama Lake is actually going to have an impact here, but it'll happen. Maybe Stability is going to do it. Maybe I'll do it. Who knows? So maybe Elon does it. Someone will do it over the next year, but we would have been we're 3-4 years late. And I think it has this compounding aspect of it. So if you release it 1 year earlier, you're going to have not just 1 year of progress, you're going to have 10 years of progress because of the compounding aspect of the community kind of forking and sub-forking and contributing to each other. So, this is when I think of acceleration and open source and decentralization and the way capitalism works, I think of this kind of stuff. It is so amazing that we can have this distributed sort of innovation we can build on top of each other. There is a place for businesses, obviously, and businesses providing great value and great products and all of that. But I think trying to lock these things down in the name of safety, like Jan LeCun literally said, we didn't release Llama because people were mean to us. Is that really how we want to build technology?
It's got to be lawyers, though, right? Like, or some kind of
bureaucracy. PR teams, man.
Some kind of lockdown bureaucracy.
No, I don't think so. I think he's really in charge here. I mean, he's talking like he's in charge.
Wow. So he's known to be pretty bombastic, right?
Yeah. And I mean, these companies are really scared shitless. I mean, Meta should be releasing this stuff because it's in their best interest. They're not going to win by putting it behind an API. That's different company's game. Their game is going to be, let's actually create this distributed innovation on top of these models so that we can benefit from that innovation. So we can make Facebook better, we can make Instagram better, we can catch up to TikTok and all the recommendation engines there. And so you'd benefit from this decentralized open source innovation. And the fact that we're holding this back in the name of safety, and I would say like the EA and the AI safetyists have played a really tremendous role in decelerating this potential. And so, but I'm very optimistic, and especially Elon's thing, and maybe Mark can tell us something here if he knows, but it could be very exciting if Elon really wants to create an open source sort of large language model.
Mark?
Pregnant, very, very pregnant pause. So I won't speak for Elon, and he'll decide and announce what he does. I guess I'd just say like he's a very consistent. He's a guy who says what he thinks, and he says he talks. There's a high degree of consistency between what he says in public and both what he says in private and what he does. So I would take him at face value, and he's clearly activated on this topic. So I don't know what he's going to do, but it wouldn't be surprising.
Got it. I do agree that like having a decentralized open source system, right? Like it's kind of robust against attempts to top down control, right? If you think of like the virus, right, it was very hard to top down control because it was always mutating, right? Like whenever you had some counter for it, it would like mutate around your counter, right? So like the top down control, like for each hyperparameter setting of like the architecture, they'll have like a control against prompt hacking for that architecture, like a counter prompt, but kind of like a vaccine or something. But then the underlying thing just mutates its hyperparameters, and now your control strategy doesn't apply anymore, right? And it's kind of this cat and mouse game, and it turns out that you kind of just have to give up at some point. This thing's just going to keep mutating, and so if there is a culture of like torrenting and like sharing weights, I think that's really awesome. That's I think torrents work great. I think a lot of people have been trying to explore how to share models. Torrents have been proven to work well for large files in the past. So as long as like there's a healthy, ever mutating, ever evolving landscape, like it's going to be unbeatable. And because it has like exponential compounding through its virality, of like the rate of improvement is much faster because there's much higher variance in the hyperparameter space, and it could converge onto like the best model much faster than like the big centralized orgs. I think like the decentralization will win as long as like I think the way the centralized organizations are going to be sinister, they're just going to make it so cheap to use the centralized entity that they're going to track you. Just like Netflix was so cheap and so convenient, you didn't have to go torrent a show or whatever. You could just watch it right there. But then, then they had to flip a profit. They couldn't get the licenses for the show. It became a worse product. And so I think it's going to be the same thing with OpenAI right now. They're just going to try to absorb all the users, make sure they don't get incentivized to like make competitors, but like offering things at like cheaper than bare metal costs. And then slowly but surely they're going to increase the price, or they're going to increase their level of control over it. The quality of the product is going to decay, and it's going to be kind of a soft loss of user base where people are going to prefer to run their own models that might not be as massive, but at least they're free, and there's kind of more variance of the content they can produce, just like people have gotten off Netflix now. People are tired of canceling their subscriptions. So I don't know. I think that's where it's going. At least fundamentally, variance always wins. Adaptivity always wins. But in the short term, as we were just discovering this technology, the centralized entities that can kind of like preview, by having massive supercomputers, what sort of technologies are going to be able to be decentralized tomorrow as compute density increases. They've had the advantage for now, but that won't last forever, I think. So I think we have a responsibility to increase the distribution of ownership of compute and also the density of compute in general, so that there's less, moat for massive centralized computers.
Yep. That's what we're aiming at.
Sweet.
Mark, I have a question for you. You mentioned that there's dangers. There's governments love scribblers. You were talking about how Lenin was like this weirdo scribbler, and you were making an analogy to some of the people that are scribbling about AI safety now, and how they could be, how like some government could use their logic to kind of enact sort of massive regulation on the field or something else. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Lenin backstory is really interesting, just given like how profound the Russian Revolution is in the USSR and everything that followed for 70 years in the Cold War. Like, it's like, okay, where exactly did that come from? And like, there's this great biography by a guy named Victor Sebastian who does a great telling of the whole story. But Lenin, like before I read this book, like I was like, okay, Lenin must have been, he must have been like a general, right, in the army, or he must have been like a political leader, or he must have had like some credible background in power, to literally become like the dictator of Russia. And it's like, no, he didn't have any of that. Like he was basically a crank. He was this like crazy, political wannabe revolutionary, but like in reality, he was mostly like writing newspaper articles nobody read. He was actually exiled. He lived in like Switzerland for like 25 years before 1917. Like they didn't even let him in the country. I think it was his older brother had been like a early revolutionary or something and had gotten killed, and so they kicked the younger brother out, and he got really bitter, and that was his original motivation for kind of doing what he did. But he was a fringe character for like a full 25 years, and he published this like basically this fringe revolutionary newspaper from like exile in Switzerland, and literally it was like to get it into Russia, he had to smuggle it. He would smuggle copies of this newspaper in the false bottoms of suitcases of just like ordinary people like crossing back and forth across the Russian border. Like this was like a very fringe operation, like not really any money behind it. But what he developed was like this ideology, right? And so he had this like comprehensive theory, right, of basically what had gone wrong in Russia, and a comprehensive theory of how to apply communism, and a comprehensive theory of like basically all these things. And he would go around and give these speeches, and people would kind of ignore him. But then basically Russia got in trouble. They got in trouble. It was a whole bunch of things, but like World War I and a bunch of other things, started to go bad, and the population got tired of being ruled by the Tsar and so forth. And so like, basically he sort of like, it was like basically, like one way to think about it is like there was a guy who just happened to have like a whole agenda that had been built up over 25 years that people hadn't taken seriously right up until the point when people were like, wow, we need to try something different. And then to your point, like that alone would not have made Lenin dictator of Russia. The other thing that happened was the German government weaponized him. And this is the incredible part of the story. The Germans, this is in the after, sort of during World War I, and the Germans are kind of doing the German thing. And so they decide, military strategists in Germany decide to basically fuck with Russia. And the way that they fuck with Russia is they take Lenin and they put him on a sealed train. And it's him, and it's a bunch of his, cranky followers, and a bunch of other people. And then it's like a large amount of gold, and like funding. And they put him on this sealed train and they shoot him across Europe and into Russia. And so he shows up, like not only in Russia, like he shows up basically the German government. I think somebody said they weaponized him like the plague bacteria. He shows up in Russia, and not only is he, kind of ready to kind of take power and impose his ideology, but also he actually now has financing courtesy of the German government and logistics courtesy of the German government. And so it was like the combination of his like craziness and his like corpus of material but it was state power. Like he would not have become a dictator of Russia had Germany not sponsored him into it. And so so what's the moral of the story? I mean, number one, it's like beware of scribblers. Like anybody who's putting together like a large and cohesive philosophy, like you can't rule out that they won't end up running everything in 25 years, because like that's a crazy fucking story, and that's that's not the first time that kind of thing has happened. And so first of all, like beware of scribblers that have like comprehensive ideologies, as crazy as they sound. And then the other is like beware of what happens when the scribblers actually manage to get a government behind them, because then shit can move fast. So like Lenin, here's how fast things moved. Lenin, on the eve of the revolution, walked all the way across the city, the big Russian city of St. Petersburg, just like in plain sight by himself, and nobody even recognized him. Right, and like a day later, he's like the unquestioned dictator of Russia, and like killing millions of people. And so, of course, that was pre-internet, so there was it's fair enough that they didn't have photos or whatever, kind of spread out everywhere. But still, like this was not something that like was like an obvious thing that was going to happen. This was a very unusual thing, and it was that combination of a set of ideas coupled with state power that kicked something into being very real and very dominant, right, for 70 years that really should never have happened.
I'm now trying to picture what does a less strong state look like.
Yeah. Well, look. So yeah, this hasn't actually happened yet, but again, you can't rule anything out. Like, look, the EU. The EU has devoted itself to the EU has devoted itself to the precautionary principle, right? Quite literally in its regulatory framework. And then the EU. They talk openly about this. Starting a few years ago, they started to give this speech. EU politicians, regulators started giving this speech, and basically the speech is: we know that Europe has lost on imposing or on creating new technology, right? We've lost that, and so what they now say is now we can become the world leaders in regulating technology. And so I think there's no question that they'll just say they are the actual European power structure, which is very powerful, is actually amenable to these kinds of ideas. And then if you're a multinational company, right, what happens is basically regulation. There's the lowest common denominator effect of regulation, which is if you're a global tech company, basically you fundamentally you end up basically adhering to whatever is the worst global regulatory policy, because like if you have to do X for Europe, you might as well just do X for everybody, and then you get this copycat effect. And so like Europe implements GDPR for privacy, right, which by the way has backfired and has only like reinforced the power of the large incumbents, which is what these regulations often do. And then California basically copied GDPR and now has their own whatever CCPR or whatever they call it, and other probably other states, other countries are going to follow. And so I don't know, this is not a prediction that this kind of thing is going to happen, but like it would not be totally surprising if it did. And so I actually think the danger level of bad ideas getting implemented is higher than people think.
So, how do you fight that? Like, what is the let's say, looking back from the future, and now Eliezer Yudkowsky is the president of the EU, and he's implementing a multinational AI safety program. How would you have prevented that?
Well, I mean, I can tell you, the Germans. It was not that long before the Germans had really regretted what they did, right? Like, had the Germans not done that. Oh, that's eerie. Hopefully that wasn't an AI that decided to put in the laugh track. Look, the Germans made a huge mistake. And so, you can try to warn people, I don't know, you can try to like make it happen before the regulations kick in, just kind of make the reality happen, or you can settle in for a long war, right? And realize like, it's going to be a war. It's going to be a real fight.
Beth and Basil, what is the Decel's current actual policy proposals?
So I just want to say, like, the first observation to make is that the ideology is so internally fragile that it's already like started to implode on its own. Like, I think this is like
how so? It feels
right. No, like I think SBF is like a perfect example. He's like the embodiment of the sort of decision theoretic fallacy that's like at the heart of all this stuff. And I don't think it's like a big accident what happened there. I think it's like the hubris of thinking that you can like really hardcore plan and get these outcomes long term with play on these like sort of very low probability events, right? Yeah, and I think that like, right, so like credibility matters a lot, right? Like that was like a huge him failing in that way was like a massive embarrassment to the movement. It created like fractures. People started to like say, oh no, we never like agreed with what he was doing, or like, you know, it's like sort of all this rationalization about how actually no, nobody ever had anything to do with him or wanted anything to do with him, right? And I think it's like, okay, fine, right? Like in retrospect, things become clearer. Great.
It's sort of modern Bailey, though, right? Like they're retreating now, right, to like a more narrow thing that is more about AGI. So it used to be this all-encompassing, like EA. Here's how you do ethics by spreadsheet. Here's how you can run the world. Yeah. But now it's like, you know, after the SBF thing, it's more like, oh, you know, they're back to the more narrow sort of AGI doomerism from like 2015 with the next Bottom, superintelligence, and before that.
I think my like this, yeah. My belief is that people were actually optimistic that like EAs were going to be able to take over the government and have like massive influence over the at least Western governments, right? And yeah, I think SBF kind of falling off, not being able to pump in as much money to Democrat elections and all that. Yeah, I think it probably dashed some of those hopes, and it's not a big surprise to me. Also, I think the progress, the fairly rapid progress, right, with LLMs. Yeah, over the last year, I think maybe people are just getting more unsettled because they are correctly seeing that we're getting to you know, we can continue to have inflection points with the technology, and so yeah, to me, like from my view, right, like the kind of mainline EA thing right now with policy on AI regulation specifically is that it's like difficult to even get regulators to understand that this like matters in any way, and it's like still quite like let's talk about the U.S. Yeah, that it's like difficult. I think people, right, it's starting to move more into the Overton window, right, and I think it's like more legible to people now, right, like for example, like right, there's the you know, export control stuff that happened, right. This is obviously very much about AI, right, and yeah, I think people are optimistic that like EAs are optimistic that some regulations will be able to come in, but I don't think anybody's, you know, the serious people I don't think are harboring any delusions that like, you know, somebody's going to come in and like shut down the nation because there's too much AI out there or something.
Don't they want to regulate GPUs in general? They like want to regulate the sales.
That's been floated, yeah, and I think that like, yeah, so stuff that's been floated, right, is right, like licensure, right? So maybe to train models.
I've heard
large amounts of data, large amounts of compute.
Chokeholds.
Yeah. And so I think this is like a massive risk for the acceleration. I think it's definitely, if I'm being totally honest, right, it's like the most fragile point in the whole stack because of how difficult it is to make chips. And so
any bottleneck in the supply chain, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so this is like where, you know, Beth and I feel like there's like a lot of leverage to be had. We could talk more about what that looks like, but
yeah, we want a fault tolerant value chain of like from extracting the metals, right? Like right now, China has monopoly on mines on precious metals and so on. So we're already kind of screwed up there. And then, you know, if Taiwan gets invaded before we produce enough fabs in the U.S., we're screwed up there. If you know, ASML gets rugged, you know, in terms of IP, as apparently allegedly they did. Then we lost our leverage over China, and then they could try to cut off the supply chains to us. And so we're not very fault tolerant. And then it's funny because, like, you know, most people are worried about China rugging us, but now the EAs are like also trying to find like the points of high sensitivity that then they can like regulate so that they have control over the ecosystem. And so I don't know, Baze and I are like, you know, different fuck you energy strategies. You know, Baze is trying to have decentralized compute. I'm trying to completely do different substrates that don't rely on our current supply chains for AI. And so, but, you know, someone's got to work to desensitize our current supply of like the basic technologies we need to produce AI and distribute it to the world. Because otherwise, any supply chain attack, right? It's just like cancel culture is going down the stack. in terms of, people canceling whatever app, they go down the AWS layer, like the ISP provider level, right? Like it's like similarly for AI, like there's a whole value chain and supply chain, and they're just going to keep going to the parent nodes in the chain until they find a bottleneck, and then they're going to put all the pressure on it until they have a control over that, and then you're fucked. And so we gotta, like, it's one thing to make the model weights accessible and not like have a bottleneck there, because that's a point of control. But also I think like the sourcing of compute, like you could imagine like NVIDIA getting regulated to crap like of who they can sell to. Only approved orgs by the priesthood can buy GPUs. And then they're, that's a dark future. So we want to avoid that.
There's going to be a regulatory body solely dedicated to regulating matrix multiplication. And things are going to get caught up. You're going to have your new algorithm caught in phase 3 trials for $1 billion.
What do you think? Do you guys think what would kick any of this into becoming physically violent?
Yeah, this is something that right? We talk about this a lot, like privately, because there's a little bit of like, it's a controversial thing to bring up.
To be fair, there's parties where EAs and EAC just like hang out and it's all good. I think it's just interesting conversations. We're not encouraging violence.
I think for sure amongst people who are right but no, so like in the broader public, right, it's a really good question, because I think the first thing I think is that it probably requires the conditions under which people will be violent. So I think that like summer 2020, right, was like a really good example of what those conditions might look like. So having another similar period, might be enough, right? I think
I actually saw glimmers of that with the Sydney mania.
Yeah,
a lot of people became sort of alignment pilled with Sydney. I mean, it's hard not to, because it's easy to notice that this thing is like doing clearly sort of weird things that wasn't programmed in it. But it was starting to become a sort of BLM like mania.
So those are the two things, right? You need like the background conditions, and then you need the viral, like the sort of viral mimetic payload, right? That activates people towards the sort of like very synchronized beliefs and very synchronized kind of inclinations to action.
Yeah, people just really change when they're within a mob. Some animals actually physically change when they're like part of a mob, and I think there's like part of that. I think humans are kind of the same. I mean, summer 2020, we all saw that with our colleagues and coworkers, and people who were reasonable just becoming totally unreasonable.
But you guys are talking about like a mass, and by the way, totally valid, talking about a mass phenomenon, which is certainly one scenario. But there's another scenario which is just like apocalyptic eliminationist rhetoric, right? You don't, Ted Kaczynski went violent.
So on this, it's just like summing a small probability over time. I mean, if I'm being totally honest, I think we're just waiting for something like that to happen. It's just a question of like, how big is that probability? I don't know. And then how long do you have to wait? But I do think those conditions and the sort of, those like sort of fever pitches of like mimetic synchronization or whatever, make it so that those, right? It's like people mostly don't do anything, right? They might complain and argue and post, and right? Like 2020 was like sort of interesting because people actually went out in the world and did stuff. But I think what it does is it creates the conditions under which somebody will be like pushed to like sort of very fringe actions, right? So like maybe the mainline thing to do is to delete your Microsoft operating system if Sydney seems so evil or something, right? Maybe that's like the main way people can start to protest.
Yeah, I mean you're right.
And then,
like people have lost the stomach for extreme violence. And I think, Mark, you talk a lot about that, where today everything is tamed, even the disagreement. People think, oh, social media created, but actually, if you look at history, I think you made this point before. You look at history, like the disagreement was a lot more, not just like physically violent, but actually like intellectually violent. Is that right?
Oh well, I would say. I mean, I guess I would say in the past things went kinetic. I think a lot more. It's like people really. I mean, like strikes, like when people would you still see this. Like you see these outbursts. You'll see this street fighting. I just put the summer 2020 was like a very kind of special moment of sort of mass activity. But look, every time it's like there's like an Antifa, Proud Boys street fight, right? It's like a glimmer of what was much more common and larger scale 50 or 75 or 100 or 200 or 500 years ago. Well, look, you go back to the Greeks. The model of conflict resolution. Two cities would get in an argument, and one of them would basically march on the other one, kill all the men, and take all the women and children as slaves. Right? Like political action and physical violence is a very old tradition. And so I guess I don't know. Good news. We live in a world in which most of the violence is now virtual. Like mostly, it's just like people screaming at each other online. They
played a video.
But what triggers and it's either like what triggers a disordered person, right? To go commit physical violence, or what triggers a really principled person to go commit violence. And then at some point you have this question. In between an individual and a mob, you also have copycats. And so I just tell you, like, I was working in tech. I was, young, but I was working in tech, and I was sort of publicly visible, when Ted Kaczynski was doing his bombing campaign. And like, I was a pretty obvious target. And I will say I've never opened physical mail since. And people got very seriously hurt, kind of during that period. And so like, it has happened. And
it's a very similar ideology too. Like it is.
Yeah. When you just listen to I mean, look, if it literally is the end of the world, right? Like, of course you have to, like, what would you do? Like, if you really believed that was the end of the world, what would you do to prevent that? And the answer is anything.
We have a joke that is like, makes us laugh nervously, is that like killing Bays and I is an EA cause area. But we try not to think about it too much. But I mean, they're getting pretty desperate. They literally they're trying to bait AI researchers or distract them because that's going to slow down the timeline so they can do more of their research because they're the saviors of the world and not the AI researchers, or they want to ban the GPUs that they just want to decelerate by any way. And yeah, hopefully it doesn't get to the point where they're hunting down AI researchers. But it could get to that point. I think on a tangential note, what was worrisome to me is just it seems like we're creating a muscle for over the air cultural software updates through virality and algorithmic amplification. And I don't know if it's foreign governments or our governments that essentially love the fact that there's a nice PsyOps pipeline to download cultural software update, the current thing pipeline. And it's dangerous because that gives, I don't know, whoever designs the current thing, gives a pipeline to download whatever hyperparameters you want in the collective conscious. And so if now's the time to revolt, oh yeah, they're going to pump it up. Or if now's the time to calm down, it's chill. Or the main narrative is that COVID is fine. It wasn't made in a lab. Okay, now it was made in a lab. Now that we're ramping up for conflict with China. It's just there's always a new thing. But I feel like the fact that we've developed this muscle to kind of download the current thing at the speed of information propagation of the internet is just very weird. And it's like a dangerous muscle to have in the meta-organism, the collective conscious.
Also, the AGI mythology is so old and so intertwined with our history. It goes to Midas's hand, and there's all these sort of mythology around technology that we can't control, and you go into more recent pop culture with Dave, I can't do that, HAL 3000. the other day I tweeted this thing where a user was using Replic's AI, and it did something we didn't program it. It did this thing where it was asking it couldn't debug the user's program for whatever reason. It just wasn't making progress. So it asked the user, like, can you upload a screenshot of the output, which is like a totally reasonable thing to ask. And it was kind of a cool kind of thing. And it turned out it had the capability to read the file, but it didn't have the capability to interpret the file. It thought that it did. And so I tweeted about that, and the user was like so, he was so visibly like kind of weirded out by it. And it went a little viral, but then a couple of magazines picked it up and they really sensationalized it. It's like, Replic's AI is like doing things that their creators did not intend for it. And it's like, they really created the story around it that was, it goes from like, that's kind of a cool thing to, this machine's getting out of hand. So to me, I looked at this and I was like, okay, I can see how the AGI getting out of hand is so mimetically, so mimetically potent. And I think that, as much as EAC is interesting, it's still kind of a nerdy thing. And we don't really have a mimetically potent anti sort of AGI, killing everyone meme. And I think that's the thing that we need to, yeah.
No, I fully agree with you. I've been thinking about this a lot. I think there's a huge gaping hole in people trying to attack this problem. I think back to so on this question, on the compute question that we were talking about earlier, I think the biggest thing to do is to accelerate and to just actually take action now and move on these things. So this is something we should just talk about this in more detail. I do have some more detailed thoughts on it, because I think there's some opportunity here to
go for it.
Well, yeah. First of all, I think probably the most important thing to say is that when it's like, what is ChatGPT to a randomly sampled person in the US, right? It's like this kind of interesting tool that maybe has helped them write something that they didn't feel like writing. Maybe it's helped them answer a question they didn't feel like answering. Right? It's helped a lot of people, figure out how to, understand some piece of code or something that they're looking at, right? So I think that it kind of sells itself on some level, and I think that as these technologies continue to sort of, right, because of the nature of it, right? It's not like this, evil robot, with red eyes that shows up at your door, right? It's sort of just the fabric of your new reality, right? I think because of that, people will just get used to it and kind of end up liking it. They'll become attached to the comforts that it brings. And so I think that, right, sort of the acceleration beta that's there, right, is probably almost enough, right? But there's some nuance there. We could talk in more detail about this. I think it's maybe a little bit of a subtle mimetic warfare kind of topic. But I just wanted to say one thing while we were just on the violence point. There's been a lot of I've seen some back and forth about this. I'm just want to say unequivocally that the acceleration is it's happening, right? This is a part of the observation here is that this process is just going on. This is baked into the way the universe is operating, and locally we have this very, very durable and robust machine running, and there's no reason to from our perspective, we've had some people accuse us of similar inclinations towards violence. That's just certainly not the case. There's no real reason, right, to do anything like that. Just want to say disavow and all of that. And I also think when it comes to when it comes to nudging people about nudging EAs, nudging Miri people or AI doomer people about this, I think it's probably a little bit. I think it can become kind of unhealthy. I think it's my hope and my goal is that we can all sort of focus on what the best version of the future looks like, and just sort of keep that in mind and just kind of go there. And if bad stuff does come up, like some violence, then we sort of move forward, try to understand what happened, and just like ignore it probably as much as possible. I think it's most of that's likely to be a sideshow.
Should we open up the space to speakers, or how do you feel about that?
Yeah, Mark, what do you think?
Oh, there we go. Always
risk it, embrace the variance.
A little as on chat roulette, but we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know some of these accounts, so we can bring some folks in. Get mathematician up here, Euler.
Not Tornberg. Definitely not Tornberg. That's too dangerous.
Okay.
Bring up Strelly.
Strelly's there. Oh my God.
Is Martin here?
Do you want? Yeah, that's Martin. Yeah. Is that okay?
What's up, guys?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not Martin. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this so far. I think Mark, earlier you referred to Cohen. Was that G.A. Cohen?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's like Marxist history. Or something like
he was a hardcore Marxist, but I think even by the end of his career, I think in his book called Why Not Socialism, he acknowledged that central planning is impossible. And a lot of the smarter academic socialists even acknowledge that. And related to that, I don't know, when I first came across EAC literature, I suppose you call it, the first thing that struck me was this is Hayek and Mises translated into physics and machine learning language. This is very interesting. And I just wonder if it struck that note with anyone else. And also if basically the emphasis on emergent order, on the decentralization of knowledge and the impossibility of top-down planning because of basically the information problem. If that can be translated from, Austrian economics to language that sounds more like physics, can it be translated to something more mimetic and sticky that doesn't take so long to explain? Anyway.
So I just offer, so I'd offer one thing, just the communism comparison. There's a historical component, but there's actually a modern component, and you just kind of put your finger on it a little bit. I think with you reference what's called the information problem, or sometimes called the knowledge problem, right? Which is sort of this idea that basically it's like, and by the way, this was like a diagnosis. This was like a diagnosis the Soviet planners kind of figured out, and as you said, a lot of Marxist intellectuals ultimately figured out, which is with the technologies that were in existence, the computers and information processing technologies that were in existence from the 1910s through the 1980s or something, with the fall of the Soviet Union, they weren't powerful. The argument goes central planning may be possible one day, but it was not possible with the technologies we had at that time to make all decisions for the economy from a centralized node. Now, having said that, right. Suppose you had a super powerful AI, right? There's this kind of crazy book that came out called "Fully Automated Luxury Communism," which is kind of a catchy phrase, where this guy says, look, once we have an AI, this is actually going to work, right? Right. And so I actually think AI is going to bring back the communist dream. I think that it already is a little bit, but I think that
it could definitely. It could definitely bring back the communist dream, but I still think the information problem persists, even if you have the most high-tech panopticon you can imagine. But it's a double-edged sword because, we're ahead of the regulators in our knowledge of the technology. So, I guess the idea is just to start distributing this stuff, make it impossible to regulate by the time that they catch on. Anyway, thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, that's right. And then I would say, look, to your point of making this mimetically a little bit more transmissible, these ideas. So, the way I explain the knowledge problem to people, if I'm trying to deprogram a communist, what I say is look, and there are quite a few of those coming out of colleges these days. I say, look, the knowledge problem, look, it's try running a restaurant, right? Or go talk to the owner of your favorite restaurant and go ask him about the number of decisions that he has to make every day, and then look at the failure rate of new restaurants, which is super high, right? And so it's super fucking hard to run a restaurant, and most restaurants fail.
Yep.
And so if it's hard to run a restaurant, like running an economy.
Try building a pencil.
What's that?
Try making a pencil.
Yeah, exactly. Try making a pencil. Right, exactly. And so that sometimes works. I think the AI. I think what will happen is the argument will be, oh yeah, but that was before AI. Now that you have AI, it'll work. And I think the argument there is just the level of dictatorial control. It's a little bit in the panopticon idea, but it's even more than that. It's like the level of actual dictatorial control that would be required to implement the AI's economic decisions would be a level of tyranny that like nobody would like. Hopefully, people are wise enough to realize that, but we will see.
Yeah. In preparation for that, I have actually bought a GPU. Not that, but I mean, yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Like I said, it could result in huge centralized power, but if you head it off and distribute the compute capabilities and start building novel ones, maybe it can prevent that sort of consolidation of power.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Orlu. Martin, do you have a question, comment, anything, or?
Yeah, there's so many places to take the conversation, but I think just one quick thought on that last thing Euler said was WebGPU and WASM kind of help, I think, are two technologies I care a lot about that could help decentralize compute a little bit and keep it away from just AWS, Azure. And I could easily see an AOC or Elizabeth Warren want to regulate compute. And I think we should have the right to bear compute cycles.
Yeah, I did consider taking it there. It could end up being a First and Second Amendment case.
Right to bear GPUs. Love it.
That's where I think it can get violent, to Mark's question, try to come up with a creative, if not dystopian, and really allergic reaction kind of, vision of the future. If computers are heavily regulated, you can't even imagine somebody snooping into your IDE. But that could be the world some EAs are looking for. I don't know. But that's that probably would be a flashpoint or a trigger point for actual physical violence. But that's just me.
I think I'm feeling fairly optimistic that we're going to take a stab at this and maybe make some good progress on it. We've been thinking about this for a while, and I think Beth and I have, I think we've got a direction here.
Should we let an EA in for some drama, or what do we think?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's get Michael.
Yeah.
Get Michael up here.
What's up?
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick that, to Mark's point, it's inevitable that we will have, extremists who react emotionally without thinking to AGI and accelerationism. We're already seeing that, right? People are commonly fear-based, and I am definitely concerned about the safety of, various AI researchers.
And one should be cautious about that in, your own ranks, so to speak. If this sort of movement grows, that could happen here too. So, yeah.
Great point.
I think the attack on violence is like a straw man of the EA movement, and no actual EA would actually want violence. And you guys don't have any argument except from the violence point.
So, Michael, to be fair, I'm not here. None of us are, to villainize EAs or anything like that. I'm actually more concerned by random civilians who have no idea what the hell EA or effective acceleration are, and just have knee-jerk reactions to what AI could potentially do.
Yeah, I think that these snippets, my basic model of this is that the ideology being out there creates these waves, and that when those waves intersect people who are disturbed, it's has the potential for a problematic interaction, and that's the kind of thing that I am concerned about.
Absolutely.
And I would say that my biggest problem with the meme sphere around all of this is not is that darkness of the vision of the future, right? And the effect that it has on people, and the way that it's framed, and the way that it's talked about, it's just very, it runs counter to what I actually think everyone here is like objective is, which is to like sort of have a good future. And I think that the consequences of talking about things in very, very sort of dire language are very strong. And I just think it's bad. I think the signal boosting of Yudkowsky over the last like few weeks with this podcast is really, really, really bad. The fact that, it happened at all is pretty sad in my opinion. And it doesn't, you can say what you want about how EAs don't want violence and blah, 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 blah. But, to be very frank about it, I think that if there were a plan that actually just completely like crippled, AI progress and it involved some violence and it was like a sure thing, I think there would be quiet acknowledgement that the plan was like a good idea, because this is, I think there's like a very, very much an instrumental sort of aspect to that way of making decisions. And I just,
Yeah, like maybe Michael, do you have an idea of what's the philosophical sort of reasons for no violence?
Well, I guess the main reason is that violence would be bad, like in the long term. Like if you're just thinking about like one step, doing like bad ethical things could like help you like decelerate AI for like, I don't know, a month. But if you actually want to have AI have positive outcomes, you want to actually coordinate and, negotiate between different governments and achieve like global coordination. And so I guess like the violence thing is a very like narrow-sighted action. And I guess like most EAs would think that like you cannot just like, bomb OpenAI or do like very crazy things. That's like very bad. And you should like just, think of like actually good things, actually like positive outcomes and positive actions. But I guess like the more general point I think is more like a critique of like a strong state versus like more like libertarian regime or more like accelerationism. Like you guys are just like against states regulating tech or AI, right?
Basically.
I think it's extremely likely to backfire.
Yeah. I don't think it will be net good, right? Like that's the thing. Like, you feel good in the moment because you installed some policy, you get the virtue points, you tap yourself on the back, but like effectively you're doing like net negative to the advancement of civilization, because the opportunity cost of the slowdown is fucking massive, and nobody can like price like what you left on the table by slowing things down. But in reality, like, if you have international competition between different cultures and different regulatory bodies, then the ones that are more liberal and how they regulate AI are to win the race and outcompete those that slow things down. And the fact that we're competing against a top-down authoritarian, technocratic, dictatorial regime, and they're just going to pump the gas as much as possible to beat us to this race. And, like all this, like, so the decel behavior, like ESG, for example, was net negative in Europe and then caused us to be dependent on supply chains from Russia for freaking oil. Like same thing's going to happen with AI if we keep decelling and then like, oh yeah, banning or export, like controlling like the flow of GPUs and the supply chain and restricting access. Like we're just going to get outcompeted and we're going to lose our freaking leverage. And to me, there's just a pattern of like these kind of decelerative like movements being like psyops that either it's useful idiots without their knowledge that are useful to foreign adversaries, or sometimes conscious or subconscious. I don't know what it is, but like in this case, like it, by asking and trying to slow down research, you're definitely like helping foreign adversaries' interests, right? And so to me, there's also that aspect that I think we should be mindful of.
I want to go back to this thing. Just I don't want to get too sidetracked on this like this like line of argument with you, Michael. I'm thanks for joining and all that. But like with the violence thing, Amjad asked you what in the ideology prevents you from doing violence, and you said there are no high probability of achieving our goals paths through, violent plans. So we're not going to do violence. That's what your response was, right?
So, I'm saying that like in most cases, and in almost like all cases, like doing violence is just bad, and we'll like just.
So is that general, or is that just because you don't have any good ideas right now? Right? It's like that's my point. This is the problem with the ideology. You should be okay to just ban violence.
So this is just like a debate between like deontology and being utilitarian, right? It's just like is there like any actions that should be bad, like for any plan or like any situation? And I don't. This is just like a moral debate.
No, this absolute notion of good and bad
is so like basic. Should you kill
people
in
childish.
order to achieve what? Should you kill people in order to achieve what you think needs to be achieved in order to like save the world or whatever it is?
Yeah, this comes to the point of like
it should be okay to just write down the answer no
exactly
on your paper and just leave it at that. Not invoke any other words, not invoke any other debate. It should be okay to just say no. If we can start there, then like I'm happy to continue the conversation. If we can't start there, then like it's.
Well, I think it speaks to the point that Amjad has brought up before, which is like the idea of unaligned runaway utilitarianism is potentially a greater threat than unaligned AGI.
But I just like I agree with I can't just like say that like killing is bad and like we should just like start with this. I'm okay with starting from this. I just want to like answer like 2 points Beth made. That I think is like really bad in the ideology is like something like, oh, but China will outcompete us, and so we need to go there before China. So China is just like 3 years behind, and so it's okay to decelerate by like, I don't know, in the order of 3 years because they're so much behind. That's the first point.
Wait,
and the second point is like
they're 3 years behind?
Because in terms of hardware, they're like because of the bans on compute and stuff, they don't have enough to just catch up.
They just aped our hardware. They just stole the fucking blueprints to ASML. What the fuck are you talking about? They're literally about to rug us.
But do they have the like actual stuff to build it right now? Do they have
my brother in Christ? You are not read in on what the fuck is going on. Please trust me. Like, like things are worse than you think, and just like the cope of like, China's behind. You only know how to copy. Still doesn't matter. They're really good at fucking scaling technology that exists because they don't have the sunken cost bias of like having had to develop the IP. They could just rip our technologies off and then scale it. And it is a race. I mean, this is what drives civilization, though. Competition is good, but you shouldn't slow down competition just for some weird moral framework that then you end up with like, it's kind of like Google, like, and megacorps like that are so scared of like the PR of releasing models that like they psyops themselves into slowing down release, and then they just get fucking destroyed by a startup, right, to market, and then they can't catch up. And the same thing could happen at like a nation state scale, and we're oblivious to it. And so
they don't have any talent. They don't have like they have zero researchers. Like how they
that's cope, dude.
I also want us to be very conscious of the conversations we're having and just make sure, this is the conversation we want to have and not get sidetracked.
Yeah, anyways, sidetracked. But all this to say, like, I think, like there is a net negative cost to slowing things down. Like accelerating technological progress is an emergent good. And there's the opportunity cost of slowing things down. And I think that the existential risk from AI is like made up, and like it's not. It's like how do I not say the word itself? But like it's like it's not really anchored in physics or reality or economies or how things work. It's just like a potential future that like you imagine, and then you have like these random samples of awful futures because your brain is biased towards sampling of like danger because we've evolved this way. And then you're like, oh, this is a representative sample of like the probability density of futures. Most futures are bad. Ergo, we should slow things down. I think like most of these futures are like implausible. Just like the whole paperclip hypothesis is like provably low likelihood or like exponentially small likelihood because any organism that doesn't assign resources towards growth and utility towards further growth gets evolutionarily selected out. Just like meta-organisms or cultures or companies or whatever that don't assign all their capital towards growth and winning competitions get outcompeted. And so I just think it's a very dangerous cultural meme that is net negative, and whatever meta-organism, whether it's a company or a nation, adopts this decel mentality will lose out, and then you won't have control over the organization that disrupts you. So, for example, all this EA stuff now has infected OpenAI and Anthropic and Google to some extent, and now they're going to get disrupted by based AI and other new up and comers because they're not going to clamp down the models and have the same cultural ideology. And so and then your whole goal of controlling safety and so on was a total waste of time. Because now you have organizations that are anti-aligned now winning. So
they're not leaving value of the table. Just sorry, I don't want to put the conversation too far away from what you guys were talking at the beginning. But just a thing about leaving value out of the table. I think some people are just oh, but if I don't do AGI now, I'm going to die without AGI or something. And you can if you're in your 20s or 30s, you have 40 more years to live. You can just make sure the thing is going well in the next 30 years. You don't need to speed up for the things to happen in the next 5 years. And I just think it's completely dumb to think of we're leaving value of the table. If we're slowing down things for 1 or 2 years. And the thing about OpenAI becoming aligned or infected by EA, OpenAI from the start was at least trying to build aligned AI, and Anthropic is the same thing, right? It's not being infected. It's it was there from the start. That's my 2 points.
No, I don't think.
Okay, we think that it's probably a red herring to pursue, getting a couple of months or whatever of headway or sort of deceleration or whatever, an expectation, and you don't. Maybe you are more optimistic about how much that will go well, and we're not. So I think we just differ on this. We could talk more about this in detail. I think this is still an open thread between us. But let's not sidetrack the space too much. I would love to move off of this topic, and somebody who has something to say that is not about that topic, I would like to hear from them. Go for it.
Cool. Great space, everybody, by the way. I want to talk a little bit about a big blocker that I see to AI progress and technological scientific progress in general it's been kind of creeping and occupying more and more of my brain space recently, which is that, and it's too bad Mark left because he's definitely talked about this recently, which is this idea that since about 1945, the U.S. at least, and by extension a lot of the Western world, has lived in basically this social democracy paradigm. And this, I think, has created a lot of stagnation in the sense that we, probably everyone here has heard of the term elite overproduction, overproduce elites. So we overproduce people who have to have some sort of white collar or clerical role. And really lately, we've been really overproducing them, and we've been stuffing them in everywhere we possibly can in our, economic and labor system. And when we create efficiencies with tech, and when we create new opportunities, we make that kind of clear just how pointless a lot of this use of human talent is. And it's become really kind of clear to me that lately AI is that on steroids, and it's going to we have GPT-3 can replace any number of customer support representatives and tutors and so forth, and with every iteration every week, it seems like with AI we're going to have even more progress. And I think it's really important to find ways to give people employment, whether it's in a new paradigm or whether it's just something that this productivity unlock allows us to do that we didn't have room in our economy before, or else we're going to face a lot of, pushback from people who see this as basically destabilizing the whole system of middle class, social employment that's been going on for the past 70 years.
I want to go off that and say that I think that most of the jobs that will be replaced are, in this elite kind of group. An accountant, for example, is much more likely to be automated away than a plumber. So I think that that's going to be a very interesting dynamic to watch, because when we talk about revolts, we're usually talking about some kind of working class revolt. If the loss is through these high skilled information jobs, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic that I don't think we have any model for or haven't even thought about.
Well, that's more of X paradox, right? Like our cerebellum and motor control evolved over billions of years, and neocortex, 100 million years, and there's 10x more parameters for motor control. So, it's clearly a higher complexity problem. It took more evolutionary gradient descent, architecture search, optimization steps, and more parameters. And so we rank intelligence in terms of humans by the dimensions in which humans have variance in their intelligence, right? That's our scale of intelligence. But in reality, it has nothing to do with the underlying complexity of the problem. It's just variance in motor intelligence kind of got evolved out because it's so crucial to survival, right? Whereas higher levels of intelligence can have more variance. We can experiment with it. So that gap will be closed though with time. But yeah, there might be a 10-year window where white collar work is automated, but not blue collar work. Yeah. Let's keep rotating speakers here. Let's see, Soul Engineer.
Yeah, so thank you guys. It was an amazing space. One thing I want to point out here is that decelerating by 1 or 2 or 3 years is not possible because we don't have any, let's say, specific metric of progress. So I would say it is not quantifiable, really. And to be honest, also, you're not sure if the Chinese or the CCP is at what stage they are in terms of their research, because they don't release a lot of data. So we can't be sure that even right now they're not ahead of us in some areas, especially for considering the fact that they can just get any data they want to train their models on, because they don't have a lot of regulatory hassle that we need to overcome here in terms of copyright and other things, because they are let's say a totalitarian state, and they can merely, let's say, enforce their will upon let's say the adjacent company if the CCP party basically deems that let's say doing so will benefit them in the future. So I would say if China really, let's say, double down on AI research, we are actually behind them, because we are a decentralized entity. We can come up with, let's say, more creative solutions in America. But I would say in terms of raw, pure, let's say the speed of progress, especially the fact that China has access to a lot of research material that basically the West produces, they are going to be better at, let's say, turning those let's say turning our research insights into applicable engineered solutions in different environments. So I would say we are actually behind in a lot of areas, because it's not just a one-dimensional, let's say, thing that we can just slow down. It is multiple dimensions in terms of how we make progress in AI. It's not just a one-dimensional thing we can measure. It's progress over several dimensions. Sure, in some dimensions we are further ahead than China, but in a lot of other areas we are actually, I think, behind, and we need to catch up. So decelerating would be extremely damaging to us, especially because of the fact that I see in the areas such as defense, we are really falling behind because of our hubris. A lot of the systems that we developed, the impetus for them were in the the 90s, 70s, and 80s, whereas the Chinese are actually for instance, they have a better integrated battle system environments, or let's say technologies. That means they are better at, let's say, drone warfare, and they are already testing that, really. Yeah. And we don't have those capabilities because, let's say, we have a lot of already established companies, already established significant players in the area, despite the fact that they try so hard to catch up. I would say our solutions are more expensive and contain a lot more legacy systems and a lot more legacy regulations, whereas like the CCP doesn't have that problem. CCP.
This is where yeah, I think you see like Andrew coming in and having some, you know, ability to capture this alpha that's been left on the table by U.S. defense establishment. I totally agree. There's like you know, a multitude of costs that are, you know, it's like hard to write down the list of how much it costs you to decelerate. And yeah, Michael's now gone, but I think it's this is like the eternal debate between us.
Yeah,
but I fully agree.
I think Michael was kind of falsely trying to make it like the claim, EAC comes down to one kind of crucial thesis that if you can disprove it, like it crumbles, and he was trying to say that was, China.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's true, but I also think that China is a very, very important consideration in whether to accelerate or decelerate. And
at the end,
I think the meta thesis is like, competition at all scales, right? Drives progress, and competition is based on, meta-organisms competing, and like psyopsing ourselves and slowing down is not necessarily good in any way, because your adversaries or your competitors, whether it's a company changing their culture or nation states and their technology, like it's never a good idea to argue for deceleration. And the point is that if a meta-organism isn't optimizing for its growth and like allocating capital towards things that have utility, towards its ability to secure a path to growth, like it literally just gets selected out in the competition. And so it is like a self-destructive ideology. And that's why it's dangerous for the state of the meta-organism. And that's why, I think founders shouldn't necessarily tolerate like decel culture because it's cancerous for their organization. I think decel culture at a nation level and regulatory is really bad for the health of the nation, right? Like overregulation has caused so many fucking crises. Like the reason we can't have so much technology in healthcare is massive overregulation. Ehrum's law literally kills people all the time. Safetyism and drug discovery makes doctors prescribe the maximum posteriori diagnosis all the time instead of embracing some variants. There's just so many ways that, pinning things down that shouldn't be pin things down, just to have some people feel good that they pin things down and they were responsible for doing that. It's just net bad. There's so many cases where it's net bad. You can't you can't tackle complexity and emergence and bottoms up systems control with top down prescriptions, period. And they have to get that through their heads. Let's
try to do some. I want to cycle through. There's a bunch of requests. I would love to try to hyper cycle through these and just hear what people have to say. Just speak your piece and maybe we'll just do a quick back and forth and then jump to the next person. So, Will, what's up?
Yo. We've talked about this a lot, but just to be really quick, it's one thing that I've just constantly been confused by is, there's this, there's two different theses, right? There's, and it seems I don't know, there might be different ones from different people, but existential risk is not a risk, or, the humans being replaced by a techno-capital meta-organism is okay because it's some other organism outside of our genetic neighborhood, right? Those seem like two different statements, and maybe it's just that different people believe different things within this, but I don't know. Do you have any clarity on that?
So the techno-capital machine, right, and this is Nick Land's thesis, is optimizing for its own growth, and it already does so partly at the detriment of its subconstituents, right? Just if human eats too much sugar, right? The incentive gradients, they'll get unhealthy, right? And that's at the detriment of its cells. So the meta-organism can do things in its own interest, like just following its incentives that are at the detriments of its constituents. But like, if it gets past the local minimum, then it can do something that's much better, right? Like if it
could outcompete us,
or like like if thinking about humans and cells, like the interest of the cells, or rather the replicators, is to replicate and to reproduce. Being successful at reproduction is like, and then many generations down the line, those cells, like their code has been replicated massively, and then their interest, they have a genetic stake in the future. So like, I would say that this is like the other option is to not deal with the techno-capital machine at all. Go back to anarcho-primitivism, which is a local minimum, and you're not.
I'm not even wondering about like an action path.
Wait, sorry. Let me just say like one super simple thing, and then I want to move on from this question. I think it's an interesting question. We've talked about it a lot, as you said. I think there's a lot of room in the universe. I think in general, like, this is like something that will be relevant to the continued existence of all sorts of, species and entities and structurally, functionally similar organisms out there. And I think AIs and legacy humans can coexist. I'm pretty optimistic about this. Cool. So just to be clear, I'm going to be kicking speakers off. Sorry, no offense. It's like very limited room here to push people up on the stage. So
Shane Parr, let's hear from Shane.
Yeah, what's up, Shane? How you doing, man?
Yeah, hey guys. So great space. I had a couple comments addressing some things people were saying previously. Hopefully I can keep it all in order. So first off, I just wanted to say that, like, I mean, you guys probably know this as well, but like, I've talked to a lot of people in the EA space, and they do not at all give off any kind of vibe of violence, and they seem to me almost too meek as opposed to aggressive. So I really don't sense much danger from those people. I
just want to interject here. Like, again, like the main thing is the downstream consequences of signal boosting and like endorsing and institutionalizing like
yes. So and I get that that's also a concern, but I also think that the way in which EAs wrap themselves in sort of mathematical arguments and sort of Bayesianism and so on, it seems almost like I think they're aware of potential downstream negative effects and sort of make their arguments in sort of non I guess I would say
generally illegible like manner.
Right.
Don't make me post.
It's not just the violence too, though. It's not just that. It's also like the general authoritarian approach as well.
There's a really Ryan, just 1 second. Don't like. I could take the screenshot of the Yudkowsky podcast and just put it here on the banner, and I think we would all see, right? It's like very legible, right? If you're screaming that the world is ending, people who feel fear and who are disordered and disturbed in their thinking and their behavior may potentially do some very bad things.
Yeah, I will say that Yudkowsky podcast did concern me. I'm not saying that it's a universal thing, but.
Sorry, can we let Ryan just say his
Yeah, like I would say it's I think the violence thing is that at least I've seen people make comments that I thought were very concerning. I've seen that a lot. But the violence thing is just one part of it. I mean, the other side of it is just the authoritarian. There's a lot of authoritarian tendencies in a way that I think people in like the decel sphere like can tend to view the world, and also in their manner of suggestions. So, like, I mean, even just starting from Bostrom's 4 points around the vulnerable world hypothesis, like the 4 points that he suggests for like how to prevent, apocalypse would be like, increasing, like basically allowing for a global world government with increased policing and diminishing the range of human motivations. And if you just look at some of the top thought leaders in this sphere, the kinds of things that they promote as like top like solutions are very, very concerning. So I think,
So I wanted to be very clear that I'm not concerned about EA goings and sort of the sorts of things they're advocating. It's really just the one particular thing about direct action in a violent sense that I just find it very hard to believe. Having said that, I do also think that the AI community is incredibly vulnerable in the sense that there hasn't been any kind of history of that kind of activity before. And so even though large companies might be very well protected, I think that researchers are not at all prepared for any kind of violence.
Well, I don't actually, there's a very clear and obvious response to this, but I'm not going to say it publicly. Probably a little bit irresponsible.
I don't really want to dwell on that.
Yeah, we can talk about this in private, though. I'd be happy to talk about this in private.
But yeah, that is kind of also on my mind.
I want to make a separate point, if I can jump in. We were talking about like the value of accelerating relative to China, and I think that's like super valuable. But I think sometimes people get like sidetracked that like, oh well, if China is far behind, well then we don't need to accelerate, and I think that's just very mistaken. For a variety of reasons. Like, if you think of like AI, it's like such a powerful world-changing technology, and it's going to have so many implications across so many different industries. And if you were to swap it with something like, let's say, longevity or whatever, right? And some people were advocating for like, well, like we really don't want to drop this longevity stuff on the world. Like it can cure all disease and whatever, but it's just too dangerous. We just can't cure all disease. And so, I think like one of the things about AI is that it can sometimes feel abstract in ways, but there's so many unknown unknowns in terms of the positives that it's going to enable that I think it cannot be overemphasized enough, the need to just really put the gas on the pedal in terms of problem solving. If you think of it as like a problem solving machine, and we have this capacity for like enhanced problem solving, that's what we're here for. We're here to help make people's lives better, whether that's healthcare, whether that's, transportation, energy, food, everything. We want to make our lives and the lives of other people better. And I think that's irrespective of whether China is close to us or not.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's Shane, thanks. Sorry if you didn't get your second thing, but I want to like start to cycle a little bit more. We're getting into like the later hours here, so let's okay, Pranav, what's up?
Yo. Yeah, I think my question, I was starting to form it, maybe I lost it a bit, but I'll try to go for it. So I think it's helpful to see things in terms of S-curves, in terms of, you have flattened periods and acceleration periods. Yeah. And we're clearly in an acceleration period. We had like a bit of a flattening period, I think like post launch of GPT-3, where like from a product point of view, where like Copy AI and Copysmith and all these people came out, and that was pretty also clearly over time like an unstable equilibria. Like that didn't last very long, and now it's all that stuff is getting usurped. I'm not really sure what the best question to ask is. Maybe like, is there? I guess how would we know? Like, what qualifiers would there be for a flattening period after all this? Or I'm not even sure if that's a good question, but like, it sounds like we're just going to be accelerating for a little while. But I guess my question is, when will we know it's going to stop? Or what are your hints at that?
I guess it depends on how literally you take the singularity idea. But in my opinion, yeah, we have this thing where we're going to just be like, let's assume you have the bandwidth for, having an acceleration period just for one, at a given S curve, right? I think though, even if you limit it to that, we're still going to be having like crazy change, enough gas for crazy change for a while. Yeah, like you have hardware, you have software, you have like all these products that are going to get built, all these products that already exist that are going to get infused with this technology. All of this capacity to solve problems that people are going to leverage as a tool to achieve their goals, and all of the, I mean, real like benefits and real like frictions in society that are going to be generated by that. Like it all requires more solving, more computation, and like yeah, I think there's so much gas in the tank on this. There may be like a period where so if I had to think about where there could be some like slowdown, I'm like every day I'm like I downgrade this, I feel like, for likelihood. But yeah, maybe there's a world where we get a little bit stuck on having models that like reason very well, like over the sort of space that they're trained on, and then we kind of saturate, and it's like we just don't make a lot of progress on AIs that are useful in the real world, that are like sort of purely like kind of in the LLM vein, right? And maybe robotics is still a little bit stalled, right? So if reinforcement learning doesn't kind of catch up in sample efficiency, and we do like end up saturating on training data, then like you could end up in a world like this. It's possible. I'm not like so clear this is going to happen. I actually think like I'm kind of bullish on people working out how to do simulations and making those good, and just the fact that the real world is very rich with data and we're pretty good at collecting it, and like the current models are just not even scratching the surface of like how much there is out there in sort of 3D world, and people have barely scratched the surface on doing reinforcement learning style stuff with massive compute, and so yeah, we'll just see. At the end of the day, right, the current methods just may not scale, and if robotics lags behind, then like the real world may not change that much, and we will see that like up to the existing productivity and like capacity that current products have, and whatever future products people can create, like we'll just hit the limit of roughly the limit of like the usefulness, or like the big growth period of usefulness expansion for like the current models.
Yeah, that's actually. Yeah, closing comment there. Yeah, the gap between software and hardware, that does seem like there's probably going to be some lag there at least. There's like some flattened period for at least a few months, maybe a few years.
Maybe we can ask our friend Kyle here. Shane, I'm sorry, I'm going to kick you off, bro. No, not personal. Let's see. Yeah, we can ask our friend Kyle here about this, and then we'll move to Lawrence. Kyle, did you have something on that?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say that I recently.
Oh, we should let people know you work in robotics.
Yeah, so I do machine learning research in robotics. Laurel Pinto is an NYU professor who recently gave a talk, and his whole thing is basically how do you build systems that scale with data, right? How do you actually go and collect these? And I was actually horrified by the current state of things. Like, I am actually genuinely concerned that we don't have the sort of internet scale data sets for these sort of embodied agents, right? Because it just so happens that, there is an enormous amount of English text available on the internet that we can train these LLMs on top of. And there is not an equivalent body of data for deployed agents, right? Even if you look at something like YouTube, it's still a fraction of the size of what you have available in text, right? It's much larger on disk. The amount of semantic information is much smaller. And you also have this other property, which is text all has the same very low level representation, right? So you can just train your, text to 52,000 dimensional tokenizer, right? And every operation you want to do with text all operates on the same tokenized representation. And really the magic here is this high level new task that you want to do on top, right? So you get the zero shot generalization to, whatever task you describe. You sort of have the opposite problem in robotics, which is no matter what your robot morphology is, no matter like what sensor suite you do, you really all want it to do the same sort of thing, which is be able to pick up objects and like clean your counters and these sorts of like general value add tasks. And so it's the opposite problem, where you want to keep the high-level policies the same, and you're actually changing your low-level representation. And it may fundamentally be the case that this is harder, right? This is a sort of problem of being able to zero shot a completely new morphology with a completely new sensor system is just more data intensive. And, we might end up getting stuck there for a while. So I'm actually genuinely concerned that there is a lack of this data. And it may be the case that it's actually a higher mountain decline. And so we may
do your part. Do your part. Strap a camera to your head, man.
So that's what the Ego 4D data set is, right? Like they literally did this, and then they ran mask RCNN on top. But like there is so much English text, right? There's more text than I think any individual human has ever read, right? And that's what we're training these LLMs on top of. And there is not an equivalent many lifetimes worth of experience of, three-dimensional video data available to freely train these models on.
So how much, there's a lot of 2D data though, right? Like, and I feel like, do you feel like maybe this is getting a little technical. We should talk, I'm curious if you think it's like, we can use diffusion models or something like this, or radiance fields to expand these data sets into, whatever dimension. For,
I don't know, right? Like I'm currently taking a much more, scaled down approach to this, where I have my hands on like 6 terabytes worth of LiDAR data from a self-driving car company. And like, the question here is, can you train a predictive model on top of this and then actually be able to predict next point clouds?
Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
But this isn't solving the broader problem of now I have to be able to deal with different morphologies or tremendous domain shift or things of that nature, right? This is still like a very simple problem, all things considered.
I think this is turning into our classic space we get really technical, and I love those spaces.
I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Good. Kyle,
all good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Lawrence, you're up, bro.
Yeah, so I think AGI discourse is great, but I think something about acceleration is that people are already generalized intelligences, and if you look at the historical research that's been done since post-World War II, Cold War era, if you look at, say, like the MK Ultra experiments, I'm actually personally much worrier of the era of neuro warfare I think we're going to have to face in terms of brain-computer interfaces.
I think we're in
neuromodulation, stuff like that. And I wonder if anyone else has thought about that along the lines of the acceleration front.
Yeah, my opinion is that like more proliferation is good, right? Because then, at the basic level, right, you have there are generally more good people than there are bad people, and I think that like having like the ability to go and build the tooling needed to, for example, like okay, right, you're worried about people reading your mind in an MRI machine. You're worried that people are gonna like.
I'm more worried about
for example, right?
Manipulation. I think that's
okay. Yeah. But as an example, right? Like just okay. Right, you're worried that somebody's going to go and decode your thoughts, and they're going to like torture you if you move in the MRI machine, and you're going to just have no choice but to let them read your thoughts, or else feel great pain. Well, like if you have like proliferation of these, but like let's say the government's like too scared to release these models, they regulate everybody who tries to do anything with these models. They like throw people in jail for 100 years if they're caught with the weights or whatever. Okay, like that's bad, because then it means that like person doesn't get to, somebody out there with like sharp mind is like not going to be able to build the app that lets you like go in and do like neurofeedback to like learn how to fool the decoding models, right? Or like sort of like create adversarial attacks against the decoder models, right? For example, right? So it's like, insofar as you regulate these things, you prevent these like natural cat and mouse kind of dynamics, and you hand over the keys to the adversary. You hand over the keys.
Okay, I see.
And so, in general, I think that like what you want is to have proliferation, right? So if you're worried about people training reinforcement learning models on top of LLMs to create like super weaponized like text and put it on the internet, then like what you should do is not hide those things in the closet, because then only bad people will get access to them, and the people who are like quite authorized to use them. Instead, you should let people like tinker with them, build with them, figure out how to get them to do things that are funny or weird, or let them reveal themselves as that, or build detection systems, or build like ensembles of detection systems, right? Like it's like you really can leverage that sort of power of having many workers on the job. And like as we roll out new technology, this is a massive. There's like to me a very big imperative that we do this, because otherwise, there is like a world where you have like 1,000 cuts, and it's just like you create a lot of like froth and friction on against civilizational infrastructure. And obviously we want like a durable society, and I think that like you actually create like anti-fragility, and I mean that literally, anti-fragility, when you have the tools out there for like all the many workers in civilization to go and solve problems and like prevent attackers from doing this sort of thing. So that's kind of my thought about that. I'm an optimist.
That's a good point. I agree with you. I think meditation should be put into the public curriculum.
We talked about this. I'm bullish on it. I think we're gonna figure out a way to make it faster and easier, and I think people will get a lot more control over their minds. And people will probably, in general, my hope is that over the next 10 years, people will find the way to scale the neurotech to get people, to let themselves be like 10 times happier relatively quickly, without having to do all this esoteric studying and hard work that you have to do right now when you meditate and focus on that. So, sorry, Ryan, were you going to say something? I think we have blockchain and...
I was going to say something. I liked your point about proliferation. I think that's super important. I think it also ties into the need for multipolarity. I think this is something that's very underrated and missing from a lot of the kind of safety conversations or concerns about AI. Proliferation, multipolarity, capabilities and counter capabilities, all these things are super valuable. And we're going to, of course, have like AI that allows people to do some very powerful things, and that allow people to create like very convincing media, for example. And we have like we'll have constant, like the internet will turn into a sphere of like an onslaught of all kinds of types of media. But I think that like the world that we should want to live in is one where each person has like control over their own like their own capabilities, their own personal AIs, and ways that they can like defend themselves from these other capabilities. And I actually think that like we'll also get some kind of equivalent of capabilities and counter capabilities canceling each other out in a kind of deterrence situation, where just by having the ability for you to have an AI on your personal device that like that is able to provide a level of protection to your mind, that is extremely valuable in of itself. So I think if anything, we don't want to try to lock down these kinds of technologies. We want to try to proliferate them as far and wide as possible.
Totally. Yeah, I think having big capabilities. So if you look at the AI capabilities landscape, right, you like plot it out as a surface. You don't want these like giant peaks to be protruding right around where like there's like some power. That's like not ideal, right? And so when you lock things up, this is the kind of dynamic that you get. This is the way in which the EA like doomer thing is like potentially like self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If they get their way. So we can't let that happen. We're not going to accelerate, et cetera, et cetera. Blockchain, what's up? You've been like hand up for like, I don't know, at least 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, bro, my arm is hurting. I wonder why. Nice to see you guys again.
No applied math terminology though, bro.
Okay, no math terminology. No mentioning that Beff's thesis is basically Lyapunov exponents, much simpler. Look, what I'm trying to get at over here is a very interesting question, which is, in all the time we've been hearing, the only reasons the EAs have given to disavow violence is A, violence is ineffective, B, we are too pussy to use violence. Like, we guys don't lift enough, therefore we don't look like we can deploy violence. Like, do you have faith in any group of people? The primary reason they forswear violence is that they're too weak to deploy it. That's the most laughable defense in human history.
It's a red flag. I will push back on this a little bit and say that most people, including EAs, don't want to commit acts of violence against
I agree
people.
entirely. Yeah. But the question is, where are they getting that notion that violence is inappropriate, given that it is not stemming from their own ideology? And if that ideology is so incomplete as to not be able to derive the notion that violence should be prohibited, clearly such an incomplete ideology should not be posited to the masses.
Yep, we agree.
That, to me, is the first problem with them. The second problem is infinitely more fundamental, and that is they call themselves, effective altruism, right? And say you want to improve the quality of human life, say quality human years amenable to healthcare or whatever. And you can take that as some function, okay, no functions, as some notion downstream of multiple subcomponents. And much like inflation, right? Like say the Fed comes up with inflation numbers, but the Fed determines that only 20% of an average person's paycheck goes towards rent, so the inflation numbers can be bogus. Because a lot of this comes down to how, much like with LLMs, you weight different parameters. And the fact that in all the time of effective altruism, everyone has an idea that you weight multiple parameters, but there is nothing approaching a universal set of weights in terms of which parameter is weighted how much. It all just becomes a system where retroactively, because you have enough degrees of freedom, you can come up with any set of weights to justify any action without once demonstrating that you people are acting on a consistent ground. There is no point in which, we say, I'm sorry, there is a matrix which is now completely defined with this rank preserving probabilities.
Did you just say matrix and rank? Bro,
I'm allowed to use one sentence.
I'm actually gonna mute you, bro. I'm so sorry. I literally.
Okay, fine. Without using math. Okay.
Give me the elevator pitch. Give me the elevator pitch in 2 sentences. I know you've got this. You have a powerful mind.
The elevator pitch in 2 sentences is: if I have to be effective when considering different components, I understand that I have to trade and optimize. When I have to min-max, I have to decide how I min-max. And if different people are min-maxing differently, while pretending to be under the umbrella of a single ideology, they can disavow, avow, ascribe to, and impute to anyone any characteristics, however so are convenient at the time, without opening themselves up to any form of accountability.
Yep, totally agree. Yeah, so, yeah, I think that's a very interesting vulnerability you just cited. And, hadn't thought about it like that.
Oh, by the way, a quick fun fact, by the way, for people over here. When trains were coming around, I think Lancet published an article that a train going above 40 miles per hour will cause great life-threatening effects to a human body. Okay? That was Lancet, a beloved medical journal, peer-reviewed and all that jazz. If you consider that Lancet was saying that about fucking trains going 40 miles per hour, which is like fast, slower than some Amtraks, you should understand that any amount of freaking out we see right now is insufficient. Like, people aren't freaking out enough. If we get where we want to get, and some of us over here are working towards that, then people should be freaking out much more. And the fact that they're only freaking out this much should tell us that we aren't doing enough. That is all.
You mean freaking out like it's Christmas Eve, right?
Freaking out like these people need to be panicking and thinking we are going too fast. Right now, they just think there's a speed limit they don't like.
Oh, yeah, those people. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Blockchain. Accelerate, what's up?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm sad that I missed most of this, but I'm glad to be on here. I had 2 things I wanted to say related to what has been discussed recently. I think the point you make about capabilities and the cat and mouse game is really important. And I wanted to point out that you don't even have to look very far to find an active example of that right now. The weight distribution of Meta's llama weights, they've get kept behind a form, and they're really only allowing some subset of people into it. So of course it got torrented, and they've managed to create a situation where the only people that don't have access to it are a subset of the white hat people, the good people that might do good things with it, but they want to follow the rules. Everyone else has got access to it. So, I mean, this is the exact sort of thing you're talking about. Once you try to control who has access to it and say, you know what, we're going to stop here, you're right, the bad guys have an advantage in that case. And so I just wanted to throw that up as a pertinent example from where we are right now. The other point I wanted to make was there was a discussion about whether we're going to hit some kind of slowdown, the backside of the S-curve, and so on and so forth. And I wanted to point out that I think people in the tech industry are a little bit myopic. I have some exposure to traditional industry who are just now thinking, hey, that AI thing seems like something we should probably learn about. I think you could stop all progress right now, and our economy would still be absorbing the tools that we've created up to this point for like a decade plus. So even if there's a slowdown in new capabilities, it's not going to look like a slowdown. These guys have so far to go. They don't have so much data that they haven't bothered to collect, have any idea how to get at. It's going to be a slow process for a lot of these companies. So even if there's and so even if there's a bit of a slowdown in capabilities, it's probably not going to look like much of a slowdown to a lot of people. That was the only other point I wanted to make.
Well, I think, okay, let me push back a little bit on that, because I think, thanks. So just a little bit of pushback on that would be like, right, so if we shift into a world where mostly companies are just kind of reforming what they have and improving their processes and like maybe building new products at a reasonable pace and all that, I think it looks a lot different than like there's a Chat GPT and a Sydney like sort of thing happening every month or every 2 weeks or whatever, right? Like something similarly like, wowing, right? I think it.
Yeah.
So it's not that we won't. So it's always like gradations. I just want to maybe just introduce a little bit of like, some, just a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, obviously, if new developments stop coming out at this rate, there will be impacts. My point is, I think a lot of people, when they're imagining this S-curve, think of generally things just kind of almost coming to a halt. And my point is only that, like, there are multiple shock waves that have a long way to go from where we are now. I just wanted to raise that.
No, I think that's good. In practice, like, there's, like, many relevant S-curves going on at a given point. So, yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm trying to think about how to make a little bit of space for speakers because we have a lot of requests. I want to try to, like, get through some of these. So if you...
I'll drop off.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Good. Glad you made it. Let's see. Gonna add some more people. Who do we have? I'm trying to think of the order here. I think Sayla is the next person. So, how's it going?
Hey guys, pretty good space. Some interesting stuff. Sorry if my voice is a little sore. There's a couple of things. So I pretty much stand on either side. I think it's hard to have a conversation here. It feels sometimes like people on both sides are either incapable or unwilling to engage with each other. Mostly, I think you guys are more correct than the decelerationist. I'd much rather accelerate than go to sort of the world that the hardcore EAs or EY wants to go towards. I think that's much more dangerous. We've already seen cases where we've been one or two individuals away from like a mad type destruction of the world. But I think there's some stuff that you guys say that I don't know how to say this in the kindest way possible because I respect you guys. But like at one point, someone mentioned, for example, that paperclip AI couldn't take over the world because an entity that doesn't focus on growth or on meta growth is going to be outcompeted. But I mean, the concept of a paperclip AI the whole joke is that you have factories of paperclips and so on. I think both cases are a little dangerous, and I think you have to sort of walk this very thin path. Someone told me that Thiel had said this a couple times, threading the needle, and I think ultimately I think the takeaway that to actually add something to the conversation, maybe that might be very productive. If there's any EAs in here or anyone who wants to accelerate that it does have some potential boring, I think it'd be much better to put that energy into decentralizing. And by decentralizing, I don't mean moving away from the center. There's basically two central things you can do. So one is sort of getting away from vectors where potentially misaligned AI could hurt you. So whether that's seeding, whether that's going to the moon, going to Mars, spreading humanity, etc. And then the other is AIs do a lot of hallucination, and I think that's really dangerous. So I think finding a capability, and I'm not qualified to speak on this. I have little to no CS training, but much less AI. But I think if you could build a system that would make it so that AI would be able to say, I don't know the answer to that question. I can't tell you with certainty. And so I'd proceed that you gather more information. I think having AI that knows that it could be incorrect instead of always forcing to give you an answer could be a good step in the right direction, perhaps in a more technological way, as opposed to something that might be a little bit further, a little bit harder to do, like getting to Mars or whatnot.
Great, yeah. That was a lot of points. I'm gonna let them stand on their own. I do think there's some nuance about this paper clipping question, and maybe it's just a little bit too nuanced for the.
Can I just go for the paperclip counter, the classic, based in physics? Should I just go ahead and
I feel like
annihilate?
I'm not gonna lie. I do feel like I'm pretty much. Yeah. Look, we're gonna release some official framing of how we think about these problems. I think it's pretty hard to convey the all the sort of technical details about this. I would like to kind of skip it, to be honest.
Can I, if you guys don't mind, could I provide a spicy take that will piss everyone off? Dude, I'm good at those.
All right. Let's fucking go. This is the Schizo Hours. You're officially, welcome everybody to the Schizo
Hours. After hours, after space hours. Okay, no more investors here.
Exactly, dude. It's 2 a.m. on the East Coast here, so I'm about to be unhinged.
Go for it. We finally get to meet face to face.
Yeah, dude, that's great. So here's the thing. I do understand a lot of people, having this concern about AI safety and alignment and stuff. And so, I want to give a little bit of background for those who don't know. I work on self-driving cars. So I'm a research scientist, and I'm trying to build machine learning systems, let's call them, or AI systems, to try and navigate the human world, right? And one thing that I can tell you guys, from my experience with these systems, is if you think that we're anywhere close to having an AI that can make paperclip factories or whatever and kind of keep reproducing, you're way off the mark. We are so far from that. A lot of these systems can barely fucking take an unprotected left turn without screwing up or stopping and understanding what's going on.
To stop you there, I don't think the fear here is the physical world, right? I think you can control the whole point of the AI in the box is that you can control the physical world trapped inside a box, just communicating, right? You can use human actors. I think human actors are the way that a misaligned AI
but human actors could be doing that stuff right now.
Exactly. Yeah, human actors could be doing that anyway. There's terrorists in the world. That doesn't mean we stop developing, a new technology because some bad person could take advantage of it.
I agree. I don't think we have to stop, but I think that an AI gives you much more power, right? So, for example, in a world where you can find enriched uranium down at Walgreens, I'm pretty sure, within a short 5 minutes, we'd all be pretty dead, right?
Can you? But can you?
But the
question is why can't
we need that to happen. We need that. The
question is how close are
AI? Wait. Who was advocating for enriched uranium at Walgreens? That's fucking based.
That's me. Just hop in here.
You guys want a quick little story from the early days of crypto? One of the really early kind of powerful use cases people dreamt about crypto was that it could allow people to do prediction markets. And one of the big concerns that people came up with pretty early was that oh no, if it can enable prediction markets, well, what if it can enable it'll de facto enable assassination markets? And for a long time, before any of these kinds of smart contracts or anything were developed, people were genuinely extremely concerned that as soon as smart contracts were developed, they would inevitably result in runaway, unaligned smart contracts, namely assassination markets. And so there's a lot of people who are advocating, if you look at like the early forums, there's a lot of people who are like advocating for not allowing smart contracts to exist because they were concerned that people would just start being assassinated left and right as soon as smart contracts started getting launched. Turns out that wasn't true, right? You know, of course, there could be that kind of danger in the future, but this kind of thing, this kind of like apocalyptic thinking, it just happens with every single technological cycle. It's always the fucking same, and it's never true.
I think there's a material difference between like an assassination market, which can be potentially dangerous, and like a new.
Sorry, just hold on 1 second. Is it not the case that are they still, or prediction markets still, paid prediction markets still banned in the U.S.?
It's a complicated situation. I mean, they can operate, but they have to get a license.
Maybe like super trivial dollar amounts or something, right?
Yeah, or there's a de minimis exemption. It's like a fairly complicated thing. But yeah, like you either have de minimis exemption, you have like you get a license, or you block U.S. investors. Those are like three kind of routes.
Good times. Sorry, Robin Hanson. Okay, Sayla, thank you so much for your thoughts. I do think that this conversation about paper clips and shit is quite nuanced, and you know, I just don't want to get sidetracked. We got some other people here. They've been waiting with their hands up.
I'd love to get some long form thoughts on it. If you want, my DMs are open.
Okay,
Thank you, man. Great space.
Yeah. Thank you.
Expect equations.
Bye.
Beth, DM me some equations, man. I'm so down for that.
Yeah. Drop.
I could QED that shit, dude. Yeah. Next time.
Let us cook. Port. What up?
Hey, thanks. This has been a great space so far. I just want to say I think people are sleeping on the government, the U.S. government. I know we've talked a lot about China. I can't think of an organization that has bigger incentives to continue accelerating and one that has bigger incentives to make sure that we get there first. You know, I experienced not here today that DoD has an insane amount of data, multimodal, right, to address one of the speaker's earlier points from like as complex a range of systems as you can imagine. I think it's easy to sleep on DoD because a lot of successes can't be public. But I think this ends up a lot like vulnerability research, where there's a lot of money sloshing around that isn't necessarily visible, a lot of support from DoD, and most importantly, that top cover preventing any regulation of the space because the government benefits from all of this research.
Yeah, honestly, I love this point. We wholeheartly agree. And DoD base and protecting, U.S. interests is base. And all you would-be accelerators, take note, get those government contracts, and do it right. Don't bloat the government budget. Just build shit.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing on.
Sure.
On
go
that
ahead.
note, just that, I get that it's not a very cool thing to consider a career in this, but there are a lot of very. It's easy to be a bright light of accelerationism inside the government, because there's not a lot going. It's easy to outperform people, right, when you consider the general impression of the government, which is not always correct.
I think that impression is kind of silly. Like, I don't know that many people know about the history, but the entire self-driving car industry was started from DARPA challenges, right? Unlike a bunch of the legged robotic stuff that you're seeing today with humanoid robots, again, was started with DARPA challenges to do legged humanoid robotics in like 2007. And all the people you see working on that shit today, they are working on it now because they were at one point in the past grad students or PhD, like doing professors or doing grad school at a university that was, working on the DARPA challenges and funded by those DARPA grants. So people give the government way too much shit. Like, it's actually stupid, right? They just don't know what's going on.
Okay, we got some people. Okay, yeah. If you have something you want to say, you've been sitting on it for a while. You come and request. I will try to push you through this queue. And yeah, Archicondra. That's it. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, thank you for having me on.
Thank you for joining us.
So, I just wanted to ask several questions regarding accelerationism because at the moment I've just started my foray into studying it and coming across the different varieties and stuff, and I'm working my way through Land's work, and I've read the Effective Accelerationist Manifesto. I was sort of wondering if it would be accurate to categorize EAC as a sort of humanistic accelerationism, although like that runs in counter, it seems to me it runs in counter to what Land was describing as an utterly inhuman one. Would that be an accurate, categorization, classification?
I think that this is a subtle thing. I think of EAC as operating at a sort of a level higher than what many of these questions would apply to, right? So, like, I think of myself as a humanist, but I don't know that, like, EAC has any particular strong claims about this. Beth, maybe you have some problems.
Yeah, I would say that, we're not humanists, transhumanists, or post-humanists. With EAC in general, we're just, like, open to whatever.
I think is the
yeah.
Right.
Well, the thing is, like, there's a large parameter space of configurations of matter. Some of them could be descendants of humans, genetically made of biological substrate. Some might not be. There might be hybrids of both. But, like, there's a very large parameter space to explore here. And I think the important thing is that we're trying to have life take the stars. And okay.
Hello. May I contribute?
Sorry, wait. Did this person just say I love you?
Yeah, I don't know.
We love you too. Thank you for joining, but I'm sorry that behavior is going to be a removal.
All right.
When I let you on as a speaker, that's a big privilege, all right? You gotta respect that mic. Next one's coming with the block.
How was Diana a speaker before? What was that?
Who is that?
Probably the coder who makes it.
Diana's a robot, right?
I don't know why Diana didn't say anything. Robots should be able to speak, right?
It sounded pretty robotic to me.
All right. So,
by the way, I want to start off by apologizing for one of my comments that went a bit too far.
Okay, thank you.
Which comment?
Something that could be misinterpreted as spelling kiss with a Y.
Okay. Where'd you post that?
Under... fuck, what's your name?
One of the 300 comments.
Yeah, no, I posted a lot because I wanted to speak as it was going.
All right. So why do you think killing us is an EA positive?
That I don't mean that literally. Of course, I don't mean that literally. I was just extremely frustrated with what seemed to be a lot. I guess one point would be a huge straw man's argument I saw. Another point would be just absolutely misrepresenting economic history, misrepresenting economic terminology and concepts in general, and a huge amount of misuse of terminology, throwing around words that either don't exist or that the speaker clearly didn't actually know what the words meant. It's very frustrating.
Well, those are some pretty strong statements.
Yeah, I felt pretty strongly about it.
You used the vocabulary that, was taught in school, so, it can't be valid, right?
What was? Sorry?
No, but Was it my comments or Mark's, or what do you?
Honestly, I had it playing on my speaker, so I don't know who was saying what, when.
Can you say like one thing that frustrated you? Or
Oh, there were many things. It was like every few seconds I was like, what the fuck? Like increasingly.
By the way, let me just interject and say I appreciate you accelerating the space from schizo hour to last call hour.
Yeah, no, someone sent me a message that y'all were now doing questions or opening it up to other people. I was like, oh, yes. Let's see what I can do, even though I've been banned for my
I'm like very, very happy to hear like what, like if you have like a particular thing, just like even just like one particular thing, like a word you heard that you felt was misused and why. That would be great.
Well, okay, I'll get to that in just a moment. But I do want to say there was someone speaking about Malthusianism in the beginning that I did actually respect their opinion on, because there are a lot of really bad beliefs and actions that come out of that very depressing theory. But I heard a lot of misuse of terminology, including after someone referred to technology in some context being a zero-sum game, making up the concept of a positive-sum game, which is not a thing. But I make up words sometimes. I think there's, from what I understand, y'all are somewhat influential people, so I think there's a degree of responsibility in the use of language that is used in your discussions.
All right, send us the dictionary. We'll send you a mailing address and send us the dictionary.
It's not about a dictionary.
With the words we're allowed
about,
to use. Yeah.
Not just spreading misinformation, disinformation,
Well, no,
bullshit.
Let's go a little deeper. Let's talk about the game theory.
So
you want to talk about game theory? Let's talk about game theory.
Let's talk about the mistakes. What do you think we missed?
Well, let's see. I haven't been paying attention the last, I don't know, half hour or so. I dipped out.
Well, no, you made a very specific claim. I just want to know, like, why. Let's talk about this.
I think she said there is no such thing as a positive-sum game in technology.
It's not.
There's positive-sum.
What do you mean it's not a concept?
Well, okay. As a human being, I can infer what you're trying to say from that, but that's just not considered.
Okay, can you give me the definition of a zero-sum game?
Okay, it has to do with Pareto efficiency and essentially the fact that one agent cannot benefit more without another agent benefiting less. That is a zero-sum game.
Can you define that functionally?
Functionally as in mathematically?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I am to increase my utility or how much satisfaction or happiness or whatever, just choose some fucking f of x from a situation, it is going to result strictly because of a decrease in your f of x utility.
Then why is the average GDP of the world today much higher than it was? The per capita GDP of the world today much higher than it was.
Oh, the empirics. Reading the empirics. Let me just say that if we write down this mathematically, very simply,
and also
what you said about positive-sum games not existing doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, but
I apologize. I missed some of that.
No, I mean, if we write this down on a piece of paper, right, what you're saying about positive-sum games not existing doesn't make any sense.
I just meant in terms of, like, terminology and using game theory like referring to game theory as if you know what you're talking about when it's not a thing.
I'm sorry, but you sound like you snorted Xanax. Like, this is just kind of rude at this point. I don't know. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I just feel like you're coming over here and telling us that
let's focus.
There are no.
All right.
Like, I'm sorry, but what the fuck does it even mean that there's no such? It's like, just write it down. Okay, guys, don't drink in game theory. Be careful. Let's have some more fun, positive vibes.
Could I just ask one more question and then I'll hop off?
Sure.
Thank you so much. All right. So my question is that I'm approaching acceleration at the moment from a fairly, I guess you'd say like a fairly lowercase t traditional reactionary position. And I'm trying to analyze it and understand it in a way that to see if it might help me or, help my people preserve my culture, preserve our culture and what we hold valuable. Like, is there a way that EAC sees that, sees itself as being useful for human societies to preserve their diversity and preserve their, uniqueness rather than being sort of neoliberalized into the marketplace, you could say?
I feel like there are two answers to this question. The first answer is probably I have there's a straightforward answer for you, but the second answer is this sounds vaguely suspicious and I don't really like getting an off vibe from it. So I'm just gonna decline to answer.
Fair enough.
But I just be well, and let's not go there. Yeah. So who is next? The person I think is Andy Borwell. I think.
Thanks. So I don't know if y'all have seen The Matrix, but if we're approaching a technological singularity with rapidity, it's GG humans and no coming back. The power of the AI and cyborgs, etc., will parabolically eclipse us, and at the slightest inevitable schism, we're eliminated. If hubris and tech rate accelerate, our destruction is assured and explains the Fermi paradox.
Bro, guys, be careful. This stuff is dangerous. It can short circuit you. It can turn your brain into mush. It can turn you into a robot.
Yes.
And I can assure you that our destruction is not assured. All right, DM me if you need some optimism. I got you.
I mean, another possible explanation for Fermi paradox too, right, is that civilizations weren't able to reach a certain level of technological advancement.
Or we're just early.
The Fermi paradox is overdetermined. It's not an actual paradox. It's such a tired, kind of thought experiment. There's no empiricism involved in it at all. Read Michael Crichton's essay on the Fermi paradox. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so I'm looking at.
I think it lacks a large amount of perspective of just the grander picture of what this could be for anyone who looks at the crazy time that we're in and just goes towards a doom and gloom, rather than towards questioning how this could actually be a necessary path towards utopia. Another explanation of this could be, it's called galactic preschool theory, which is, hey, it is a necessary standpoint to enter utopia from the dystopian beginning. Just like you need to understand hot or cold from the beginning, we must find gratitude from reaching utopia. You cannot be born into perfection. You must be born into the final period before the final kind of greatness comes. So,
bro,
I think
just
that's a
have sex. That's the tweet.
All right. Let's yeah, I agree about this whole thing about Fermi paradox. Quite overdetermined, and we really don't know what the fuck is going on. We're still a young civilization. We got a long way to go. All right, what's up?
I just think you can waste a lot of time over rotating on these weird thought experiments, and I think it's
I think we should take a moment of gratitude to say, hey, we're all a part of the debate of the global philosophy of the future for mankind and the cosmos, and that's just absolutely awesome.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, what's up, Accelerate? Okay. Okay, Pavel, what's up? You've been waiting, being patient.
All these doomer things are like, the world is highly anti-fragile, so AI at most I think is going to be digital part. If like things go sideways, I'm going to rebuild in another 1,000 years, so or maybe 100. Probably not. But what concerned me that paranoia about China or maybe Russia being bicultural and by like I grew up in Canada. I think like there's sort of myopic paranoia about China. China is going to build different technologies and controlling its people, and in United States of America is going to build things that are going to better the humanity. And I think it's better to spurg on the technology that United States of America is producing in great quantity. And I think like competing within itself is probably the best focus, not being paranoid. There's some actors that probably should be paranoid, like the DARPA, the government. Second thing I want to say, Celia said something about hallucination. My intuition is like that's how AI probably will control. If we'll get to that point of psychological control, maybe I will not be able to drive the car, but probably it'll be very good at manipulating people into whatever whatever who controls it wants it to do. I think I've read Ubik, and it's kind of good perspective on that. Philip K. Dick. And last point I want to make. I think the government in the United States should actually invest, but the thing is, all the boomers are like far out. They're not able to actually execute anything meaningful about it. So I think like somebody can kill me. Either elect Donald Trump or Andrew Yang and use AI to do that, because the rest of the establishment is kind of real poor choice for AI. Thank you, guys. That's all I wanted to say.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Here's the game. I'm gonna give you points. You're gonna get as many points as like 1 over the number of words you say. And Pavel, you were the last great speaker before this point system was implemented, and it was just too good. So like now we're gonna do this. We're in the late hours. Everybody's going to bed. We're gonna just fucking accelerate the shit out of this. I want to hear like the fastest point you've ever made in your life. And the next person is Soul Engineer.
So I'm just gonna make it short because it's 2:30 a.m. and my brain is a mush. So basically,
yes.
I want to know like your opinion on a matter in general. Like everybody, I want to start a conversation over this, which is this possible to, let's say, start an effort in order to implement, let's say, AI safety regulation with an EAC perspective, so we can at the same time, let's say, disable the incentive that EAs have, but also make the regulations like lobby or do other things about the regulations that wouldn't, let's say, block the acceleration of technology in general. Like, what do you guys think about this?
Interesting question. I do think that in practice, like, what's going to happen is these things are going to, the sort of like normified versions of these ideologies are going to converge in the real world and in the halls of legislature and the office of the executive, and such things will come out.
I see. Do you think like it is possible that EAC can, let's say, take a lot of like these large tech corporations as allies, since it is like they have an incentive to accelerate, let's say, AI progress and technological growth inherently based on like their, let's say, business models?
I think that these companies are, that we're at a point. So a bit multifaceted question, but let's talk about AI progress. I think the companies have a choice to, centralize or sort of democratize AI progress, and we'll see how these choices come out. I think it looks like there's enough competition that things like Meta releasing weights will be, things like that will continue to happen. So, cool. Soul engineers, that was a good number of words. That was pretty good. But let's see if anybody can beat him.
Because very quick thing, add on to what he just asked about AI safety. I genuinely think there's an argument to be made that EAC is the best form of AI safety, partly because of the transparency, partly because of other reasons I can expand in a more detailed space. But I would not dismiss the notion that EAC and AI safety are opposite, as much as the brand of AI safety being sold right now is very top down, instead of a more socially sensible form of decentralized safety. I think there's a difference between safety, which optimizes for reducing risk, and safety, which is basically a buzzword used to provide a large moat for certain companies. And a lot of talk of what AI safety looks like is shaped by that branding, which some companies have imputed.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Certainly, so to me, right, regulations create how do you say, unnatural bulges in the capabilities landscape, which have negative downstream effects. And
I'll give you a good example actually from the chip side. For the longest time, Intel chipsets had a security vulnerability which could be exploited at the microchip level, and the DoD was running with these exploitable chips for the longest time because they hoped to basically have it under wraps. And well, when it leaked, we don't know in hindsight how many devices were hacked into because of this vulnerability. So that's one example.
Yes.
Here's a super short one. Multipolarity and proliferation is safety.
Yeah, that's extremely concise, almost dangerously concise. Okay, who's next? Let me think. What did 0x Anton? Did you already speak?
Hi. I've been here for 3 hours, but it's the first time I speak.
Wow, welcome. Thank you for hanging out so long. I hope you've been...
No worries. I'm calling from Asia, so it's 2 p.m.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'll be quick. I'm more on the positive side, and my background is investment. I've invested in semiconductors. I've been running in a hedge fund. My question is more on the practical infrastructure, the IT side. What is the minimal critical computer power you need to really run super powerful AI? And then in terms of censorship, how could you make it decentralized enough that anyone, anywhere could really run its own AI? Is it unpractical because you need a lot of data set, a lot of storage?
So I'll tell you, the answer to the first question depends on what exactly you mean by super powerful. I would say that a really, really, really solid start is to drop about 150 grand on 8 A100s and to go from there. That'll get you going. And it's again, it's always about this, what's, your super powerful is a relative term. So it's what do other people have? Most people don't have A100s. The only people who have that kind of hardware are people who are renting it on AWS at a great expense. And also it's the availability is an issue. So there's some things that you can do that people can't.
So for instance, imagine you have an AI that is fast enough and effective enough to hijack a warship or airplane.
Oh, wow.
Because
you're gonna need more than 8 A100s for that.
Okay. Because I'm thinking in a world where people are scared of AI, you could have Amazon being forced to shut down any people using AI, for instance, on their server, and then you're forced to have, that's kind of the world we could be in. Because realistically, I don't know if you guys are based in Silicon Valley or the US, but things are very advanced in the US, but the world is not running at the same speed everywhere. So, in Asia, I'm next to Shenzhen right here. There's a lot of smart developers. They have different speed bumps, whatever Tencent is making, it goes directly into, the government, basically. There's no difference between a private company IP and a government IP. In the US, there's more silos, where if you're Google, you're not going to share with the US or with Microsoft. Microsoft is doing their own thing, so there'll be a limitation as well on that side, not necessarily just computer, but also IP, right?
So just curious whether it would be more interesting to have decentralized AI where that you won't be censored, or is it better to pull all the resources together and have a very disruptive kind of like a consortium, you know?
Yeah, well, I think there's like sort of a dynamic, like, in a relationship there, and I think it's sort of a complicated question, and probably it's better to answer it on like a given a particular context. But I think certainly some good food for thought. Like there are a lot of questions there on the question of sort of changing the like power landscape. I think this is something I'm like personally pretty interested in, and stay tuned. News on this coming soon.
Okay, great. Can I leave a positive note on the overall? Personally, my belief, I really like history. I work in investment. Capitals are very powerful means for the capitalism in general to, where investors decide to put the money at, like the VCs, the PE funds, and the government, kind of predicts where most of the innovation is going to come from. Crypto is an example where all the money went, but energies is also an example where it took 50 years plus for big companies to spend money on infrastructure, pipelines, shipping, all that. Mm-hmm. I think AI, although it's scary, it's quite limited because unless you can hack your water supplies or your electricity supplies and things like that, the analog world will still be like fairly separated, right? Yeah. But since everything is online, what if your shipping company or whatever it could be is hacked? That's a problem, right? But
I think generally speaking, Yeah. No, totally. Thank you. I'll just say one last thing on that. My general belief is that as AI capabilities like ratchet up, we will see that things like civilizational infrastructure, like you said, in the grid and water systems, all this, these things may very well be hacked. They may very well be vulnerable, and I think that these are going to be some road bumps. But I think that probably the best defense for this is to like get the rest of the world. The entire world, for the most part, does not want these things to happen, and you need these tools in the hands of developers in order to sort of maximize your chances of like developing effective countermeasures, and then countermeasures to the response to your initial countermeasures, and so on. Right? This is like this sort of iterative game, and what we really, really don't want is like these sort of unnatural deformations in the capabilities landscape. This is my opinion. Other people, will disagree or have some nuance on top of that. Let me think. Elmo, what's up?
All right, I got a very short question for you. For EX specifically, right? It's a decentralized movement. Do you have concerns about it being taken up either by elements that you don't agree with, or watered down to the point where it lacks any sort of substance?
Do you mean like from the perspective of like the ideology, or some like lever?
Yeah, I mean, if people are trading under the notion or the brand name of EAC, right? Like, there is some sort of meaning associated with that currently, and it could be so diluted.
Yeah. No, I think this is like right. So I think I've right. So EAC is less than a year old. We started this in May of 2022, and from the perspective of like the ideology, right? It's like these conversations like between us like in spaces. Really, they only started in like January or February. So I think it's been new, and now it's 2023. It's not so new. And my view is like this is the year to scale and clarify and legibilize and do all of that work, right? And so I think for example, this space is an effort to do that, and to just have more conversation, scale the conversation. I think I've said this I think several times in our various chats and all that. 2023 is we're going to be switching up the efforts and putting more focus on that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's a real concern. I'm not too worried about it because yeah, we're gonna move quickly on this. So.
Also, because we are so chill and decentralized, we already had a guy who was trying to give interviews to the media under the banner of EAC, and that problem diffused itself in a matter of hours. So it works out.
Yeah. I remember that. So, Alma, what were you saying?
Well, I guess the other thing is that I was wondering how you are thinking about walking the line between not being technical enough, right? Because you're making very specific claims about the development of new technologies and the existing ones and what properties they have, while also being, broadly accessible.
Yeah. No, I think it's a really interesting question. And to be honest, on every given issue, it's just open. So would like to hear from you if you have any ideas about it. I think a lot of this can be boiled down to some fairly projected down to some fairly straightforward and easy to understand things, right? And it actually kind of fits into familiar political language. I'll say that. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that.
I've definitely been worried about this before, and there have been at least 2 attempts to co-opt the movement in ways that I thought were very shady. One of them was mentioned already, but I think that we're resilient enough.
So yeah, for me, this is almost the same lesson, right? It's I'm focusing on what does it look, what is the world where we succeed and spreading a lot of optimism and spreading a lot of positivity and a lot of inclination to take actions that build great things. What does that world look like? What is the sort of dissemination of these ideas and all that? What does that look like? And I'm just sort of staying focused on that. I think people will try to do things. There have already been a few examples, as I said, and I'm just not that worried about it. I'm keeping the vibes up.
So I'm actually less concerned about malicious actors hijacking it, and more concerned about just generally speaking dilution, and then people making confident technical claims, right? I mean, this is the complaint that you have about EAs, right? They're trying to make statements about these technical systems where we don't have a robust understanding of, right? How do you avoid people saying pseudoscience of their own?
Sure, yeah.
I have an input on this.
Right? You can just hope that the figureheads are making, intelligent enough claims, and that the logic is good enough, and that the people following that, that it deludes, because there's always going to be people who are going to have some crazy idea.
I'll just say, I think that, yeah, I agree with that, Wiki. There is this sort of, it's just this ratio of reach, right? I think that the further along we get in this, it just works out. So, yeah, and at the end of the day, right? I don't know. I hope none of us are so overconfident that we're 100% sure that we're right about every little thing, and that there should be no room for any kind of variation away from it or anything like that. I certainly have no desire to do that. I just want people to imagine a good world and try to build towards it, and not get caught up in the what I think is sort of a weird perverse attraction to the apocalypse.
I think the easy way to understand the positive side of EAC versus the effect of altruism is just thinking about the downstem. You have the downstem of the normie side being fear, leading to violence on the deceleration side. And on the acceleration side, go build something or education of some sort. So I think that's a really positive thing. And I think those were good insights earlier on how it's not the core EA that's the problem. It's the downstem risk just of the idea of people who may not have the same sort of headspace or control over dealing with thinking it's the end of the world or having better ways to help. And I do think then it's an interesting concept to dive into, of finding that smoking gun, which could basically say, why faith over fear to the high degree? Which I'd be interested to hear from you, Baze. In your head, what's the best smoking gun that you've got? Especially because we're on schizo hours, you can feel free to go full schizo on your answer.
Can you put me the question again, just very pointed?
Sure. It would be going after a smoking gun for having faith over fear.
Why? Why do we want to have faith over fear? Well, I actually, basically, here's what I think. I think that if like you believe that, yeah, actually, here's what I think. If you believe that there's like some kind of problem out there in the future, then like what you actually want to do is align minds and collections of minds towards solving that. And you can do that by like freaking people out. But in general, I think this has the effect of short-circuiting most people's minds. But when you give people a vision of like the world that they want to live in, and you say like, look, here's a place you could be, and people will start to imagine that. Then like what happens is that on the individual scale, on the collective scale, people's brains start to solve this interpolation problem of how do I get from point A to point B. And I strongly believe that this is like how individual brains work in like the microeconomics of life and the macroeconomics of life. This is like a really powerful principle. And yeah, so to me, like trying to get this to work at scale is like totally reasonable. And yeah, I think that if you focus people's minds on avoiding a catastrophe, what happens is that they start to only see catastrophe and they start to like miss the other things. And you can see this. There's so much like stuff that's like missed in the way that these issues are discussed in like the AI some of the AI safety spheres. And so like it's not, this is all messy, right? Some people think about it, some people don't, whatever.
Have you ever considered that all AI safety research focuses on how to keep us safe from AIs, but no one thinks how they'll keep the AIs safe from the EAs? It's so sad.
Okay. Schizo thoughts. Good.
I just want to like, all right, so, can I just like say something real quick?
Okay, but be nice, Michael.
Oh yeah.
Because earlier you scared Mark away. Okay.
Did I scare Mark away? Yeah. Didn't he leave before I joined?
I think he like. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like
I feel like I feel like the moment I joined, he was the moment like other people joined and he left at the same time.
Oh, okay. See, the app has been so glitchy. Like, the space was way too big, like, for the app to handle. And so, yeah. Sorry if there's been, like I've been trying so hard to manage all these requests and stuff. It's just, like, super messy. But, okay. Michael.
Yeah.
Be nice.
Right. Just to be... I don't want to, like, debate with those things about, like, AI needs to be scared of AI, those kind of things. But just to, like, nail down the disagreements I have with EAC and the disagreement between EAs and EACs, instead of just like debating, I just like wrote down all the disagreements and made a poll. It's in the tweet I shared. So if you guys are EAs or EACs and want to like disagree with me or want to like say things that you think I didn't represent well your views or something, just like comment on the post or just answer the poll and we'll see if it's like a real crux or not between. It's about China. It's about totalitarian regimes, about violence. I think it's like 4 or 5 questions real quick.
I don't think that this is like a good characterization of what we talked about, and so I've removed it. Sorry. My opinion is that, sorry, it was a little bit hard to hear you. I didn't catch all of that. But
sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think this is like a good faith thing. That's fine. You're welcome to, this, have this mimetic warfare go however you want, but this doesn't track with what we've said and what we've talked about. So, sorry.
Okay, so if you think I'm wrong, just feel free to like do another list, or because I tried my best, but maybe I don't understand fully. I want to understand you guys' argument, but maybe I don't.
I'd be happy to DM you, but I'm not.
Sure, yeah. Feel free to DM me with a better list.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's too bad. I would have loved to engage with, a slightly better version. But hey, we're all just trying to understand each other here. I do think Michael's making a good faith effort. I'd like to believe that, and I think he's a good sport for being here at all. So, thanks, Michael. Okay, I think ate a pie.
Hi guys.
Has been waiting for so long. What's that?
Oh, Hey, dude. So one of the things that people have been mentioning are, one sign of AGI emergence will be high GDP growth, right? So this is Sam Altman talks about this. A couple of other people have been talking about this. What would GDP growth at 10 to 20%, 30% a year look like? And one of the confusing things for me is, if you look at like GDP and you look at like, the kind of like areas of humanity or areas of the economy that, need to grow, and you look at something like healthcare, right? And a lot of the, GDP growth in healthcare is just kind of like constrained by regulation, right? Like you can't, even if you have like 100 new like antibiotics, you still have to get through kind of like the regulatory kind of bottleneck in order to introduce them into the market, right? So I feel like, you could have like very, very strong growth in intelligence and still not really see very strong growth in GDP. And that could be, as economists, a lot of economists have said, like, hey, the internet is everywhere, but in the productivity statistics.
You're getting a little bit muffled, but I think I heard something here, which is an interesting notion. So, like, to summarize something, what you might be saying is like maybe there is some capacity in our economy, in our society, in our civilization that says like at a given time step, this is how much growth we can have, and it's like a function of regulation and people's fixed mindsets and the amount of capital that's flowing towards new ideas or risky ideas or whatever it might be. And so if we sum all these up, there's some fixed amount of growth that we can have at a given time step. And maybe even if we turn on the faucet for too cheap to meter intelligence, we'll just like hit that limit way faster than we think, and maybe we'll get like 9% a year GDP growth, and it just won't be like that crazy, or maybe it'll be 7, and we'll just be like, cool, this is good, but we're hoping for some vertical line, and this isn't it. Okay. My basic thought about that is like I think there's like a competitive dynamic here that runs against this. So like I think that in practice, like people will be pushing to create things and to sell things, and that when you have clear, like if it is indeed the case that we're solving all these problems and creating hundreds of new drugs or whatever it might be, at some point the capital behind it is like sort of proportional to the sort of certainty about the thing to be sold. And so if you need to push through regulations, or you need to push through advertisements to shift people's mindset, or to get them accustomed to a new idea, like to understand, so that they can know that they would be interested in purchasing a new product category or whatever, the capital will show up to do that. And so I think like maybe if everything is quite alien, like there'd be like a moment where it's like a sort of a glitch, like a gear shift, right? And but then after that, right, you have this whole sort of period of sustained growth increase or whatever. That would be my thought about that. Very happy to talk more. That's an interesting thought. But I think that like most people, I'm pretty bullish on AI being able to create stuff that we want, and that like society has the capacity to purchase. And but cool. I think so. Accelerate. Maybe you can go after Joshua. I don't want to presume that you are okay with being called Josh, but Joshua, what's up?
No, that's fine. Josh is great. There's a billion things I'd love to say, and it's great to be in this space. I've been looking for something like this for a while, but I really didn't find it until after the acquisition was a complete, of Twitter. Before that, I was into the transhumanism space, and I've been into AI since before, when like style transfer was a thing, maybe 2017. I'd like to be in it more, but anyway, let's see if I can get some things out. I could talk to you guys for hours. Most important things being, we need to appeal more broadly if we don't want the movement co-opted. I know I don't want to get negative. I don't want to put out bad vibes, but, if we want it to grow even, maybe that's another reasoning. We want to have a little bit more broad maybe we don't have to do it ourselves, but at least we can try a little bit, and through our efforts we can inspire others who will have even more broad reach. We don't want to convolute any of our ideas, but there's some importance to that, and maybe having a more fleshed out philosophy might help with it. It's great that we have some resources online, but as and Mark put this in somewhat of a derogatory way, but he said, like Lenin, for example, he was saying, somebody who has like a fully thought out philosophy can end up leading something very important, just because people value the scribblers, and we need a little bit of that, just to appeal to certain, you might say, mimetic demographics, you could say. Yeah, and then the second thing that was really important was thinking about the near future regulation. Like, what do you think is really going to happen, and what is the time scale? For example, with you could say, GPUs, regulation of GPUs. When might that come into effect, if in the near future?
That's like a really good question. I'm quite willing to be surprised about the speed with which stuff could roll out, but the government is also known to be slow. I expect that anything that happens quickly will be happening by executive order, or by like some voluntary self-regulation by large companies, as a function of being informally pressured by legislators. And that stuff could just happen kind of quickly. Like, lawyers are slow, but like it's possible they've been cooking on this for a while. I just truly don't actually have a lot of an inside view on what's going on there. Michael, maybe you can tell us what the upper echelons of the EA sphere are planning.
Planning on what?
When are you guys going to regulate the GPUs?
We're already regulating the GPUs, right? There's like another ads, right?
You guys are going to do it next month?
It's already had, like, it's been on for like a few months, right?
I don't know. I think you guys should give it a few months.
When are you gonna require a license for us to log into our A100 instances?
Right. Like, I understand the point of view. Like, if I didn't think like AI was a huge risk, I would be pissed at regulations, and I would be pissed at people trying to regulate if I'm buying a GPU, or the US losing to China, etc. But like, this is all downstream from thinking the risk is high. It's not like, I'm not like authoritarian nerd or something.
Do you know what the state of the attempts to sort of push in that direction are?
Well,
or is?
Well, I know. There was this act of, I think, limiting the exports of manufacturing sector out in China, and I know Biden is advised by some people who are aligned to those ideas, but I don't know of current policies or anything happening.
Yeah.
There's AI EU discussion that just got launched. I couldn't find a link to it in a minute, but where they're talking about potential regulatory directions and also other things as well. But I don't think there's anything that's come out of it yet. I think they've just started that discussion.
Yeah.
Well, there's the EU.
Okay, do you guys know the crypto? Do you guys know about the crypto wars of the '90s? Is this something that's familiar to people?
No, I thought the records were lost in the Library of Alexandria fire.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, is this like common knowledge in this group or no?
No, I actually don't. I don't know about this.
Oh, okay. So in the '90s, U.S. government tried to classify asymmetric key cryptography as munitions, and basically like went to war against encryption and cryptography, and really tried to ban it, and basically ensure that everyday people could not have access to it. And there were a lot of efforts to do this from the governments. And so, one direction was just like generally banning it. The second direction was like NSA and NIST, like compromising the standards to insert backdoors into standards. Another one was the Clipper chip, which was like this kind of effort to require basically like any time you had any sort of encryption whatsoever, you'd have to have this like chip that basically backdoored the encryption that the government could get into at any time. And this is like a pretty serious coordinated effort. They had some wins, some pretty significant wins, but ultimately, and thankfully, they didn't succeed. And we have encryption today. We have HTTPS. You can connect to a social network like Twitter and not have your data in plain text traveling over the internet. And so, ultimately they lost, but it could have gone the other way. And I think that is kind of like a cautionary tale. We've had close calls before. There was also another scenario that could have happened that thankfully we didn't get as close in this case, but there could have been a scenario where we basically you would have required to have a license to have an IP address. Thankfully, we live in an internet where anyone can create a website, and this has led to an incredible, unprecedented era of permissionless innovation and bottoms-up entrepreneurship. But I think of these two examples as like really cautionary tales.
That's actually fucking interesting. That's got me on a whole line. Okay. Jacques, what up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have a pretty concise question. I'm an alignment researcher, but I'm trying to get a better understanding of, I guess, Jacques' view of safety stuff, and more like a concise question is like, what would need to happen for, I guess, Jacques to have some willingness to look into like safety interventions, like not specifically like, let's say de-acceleration, but let's say like we're still accelerating capabilities, for example, but then we're like thinking about like I don't know, we like have one disaster happen and then we're like rethinking like maybe some approach or whatever, like what would like actually need to happen for like us to work together.
Can I ask a quick question? I just want to get a sense of like your background a little bit. Like, are you an independent alignment researcher, or are you at one of a handful of companies where those things are really going down?
Yeah, at the moment I'm independent, but I used to be attending one of the main, I guess. Yeah.
Cool. Just wanted to get like, just because it helps me get some feel for like where you're coming from. So that doesn't help me, but okay. My general opinion about alignment research is that it is mostly like from the perspective of people who are actually doing the most important work, right? Or trying to, how do I value what, that sort of work? Like I value it really highly. Like interpretability research is fucking great. Like I'll eat up every paper from Anthropic. I'm so stoked on it. I think it's really, really good. I think it's important. I think like, people who are working on systems that exist today, systems that will, probably look like the systems we'll have tomorrow. I think when we're working with the tools that we have and trying to develop ways to wield these models as effective tools, like I think like we're doing the right thing. I see alignment as like a very normal sort of engineering task, right? It's gotten very memeified because of the all the whole history of it. But in practice, right, this is like reliability engineering, right? It's like you want the bridge to stand when you drive cars over it. You want it to withstand some, particularly high winds. You want like it to withstand water, and you want it to just generally be predictable in behavior and robust to certain insults to its integrity. And I think we should want this for our AI systems. And I think that like I see the most serious alignment researchers in their work, in their sort of like at their computer work, as being like doing good and useful work. That's how I think about alignment research broadly. And so, do you want to like ask your question again, given that? And I think, I should mention, I think pretty much all EACs think that. As far as I know, I think it would be quite weird to not want the AI systems to, be like predictable in their behavior when we wield them as tools. Now we can talk about the idea of creating agents that like go and become like their own life forms, and like, should that be legal or like whatever? Like that's like a whole other conversation. To me, I think we're mostly talking about dealing with systems deployed in various capacities and like sort of understanding what they're trying to do at any time step that we decide to inspect, and having some certainty that like they'll do what we've designed them to do. I think that's very, very reasonable. It's just reliability engineering. But yeah, do you wanna like re-ask the question given that prompt?
Yeah. So I guess the main question, I guess for all of that, I completely agree, and I'm like grateful that like you're willing to like I guess say this on this platform, and yeah, I think like maybe there's like more similarities here. So for restating the question, yeah, like we want to like have systems that reliably like do the things that we want them to do, and this is like the work that we're doing. And I guess for my question is more like, if we have like really catastrophic alignment failures, or like we have some like papers kind of showing that like it's very likely that future AI systems will lead to like goal misgeneralization, or like some like really bad form of like goal misspecification. Like what would we actually need to kind of come together to realize like, okay, actually we need to like spend like a shit ton more time like making sure that we like align these systems really well, so that we can like have aligned AGI and like create a like beautiful future for like everybody here.
Well, I actually sort of think that this is an interesting question, and I will say I don't think it's like totally easy to answer, because like, yeah, let me think. I think this is a challenging question. It's very late, but so just give me a second. I'm going to sit in silence and just think about this for a second.
Yeah, sorry. I know that it's Schizo Hours. I didn't mean to like drop on some like.
No. It's all good. Maybe we should pick this up. I'd be really happy to like DM with you about this. But like, I think it really, really sensitively depends on the way the specific thing that we're talking about. Like, what signal are we talking about? Like, if there's a paper that shows that, that makes people believe that, in fact, this sort of like there are these like I'm not going to use technical language here, but there's some like hidden goals inside of models, and the models are actually trying to pursue things that we didn't train them to do. And they're like very different and sort of like dangerous, compared to like what we actually want them to do, right? If there's a paper that shows that sort of thing is in a model, I don't think that that's on its own very concerning. I think that like we should expect to find many weird artifacts as we go and develop these systems. I think that like there is a tendency to like slippery slope the simulation of how these things like roll out in the real world when you like look. It's like if you look at a system that is misaligned and dangerous and powerful, like that suddenly like the whole thing just like falls apart. And I think that this is like an inheritance from Yud, Eliezer Yudkowsky, because this is sort of the language in which he talks, right? And it's like very clear to me that like this has been passed on, and I don't think it's like one physically realistic. I don't think it respects I'll say this more generally. I don't think it respects the physics of any of the systems that are involved in the, sort of like life support and like the medium for propagation of these systems. That's like how I think about it. So like, what is so like, let's say that like some guy in, right. So like we can really like try to game this out, right? So like, let's imagine there's some random guy in, an anonymous country, and he says, look, I've been amassing, A100s for years now. I've got like a big arsenal. Like this thing is powerful enough. I've trained it in a very unique way. I've trained it, to be extremely adversarial to humans, and I'm going to unleash it on the internet, unless you meet my demands or whatever, right? It's like, is that the point that you're talking about? I don't know, right? So it's like we can start to like think about all these different scenarios in which like you have powerful AI on the scene that might actually, be credibly dangerous or something. And I think it's like many of them I don't actually think are that dangerous. And I think it basically, you can start to boil it down in some way to, you somewhere in your head, you fast forwarded the simulation, skipped over all the realistic physics you should have applied, and landed at some catastrophic outcome because it's scary, because that's what you're trying to avoid. It's a reasonable failure mode, but I just think it's wrong. And then, you have these, so okay, right. Let's say, OpenAI like discovers a system, right? Maybe this is like likely. They find a system and they say, wow, this thing is so big and dangerous. Like, man, it's like, what are we going to do? First of all, who's going to hear about that? They're not going to tell anybody about that. Right. Like that's not going to be propagated outside of OpenAI. And so like, I think you gotta, it really, really sensitively depends on the exact scenario. And so I would almost want you to, maybe we can let a couple of people talk. And if you're still interested in the question, we could like come back and you could like propose like a particular scenario and I'll answer on that.
All right, I'm going to dip out. It's been great.
Hey, later, Wiki. Peace.
I guess I don't have a specific scenario, but it's more just like trying to like figure out the crux between like what is the difference here. I think like there's probably some people in Yak that potentially have like a PDoom that is like pretty much at the same level as like some EAs, but it's just like it's just like, well, even if it's like 5%, I don't really care. And I don't know, like I'm mostly just trying to like really point to what are the things that we can maybe come together on, and like what are the things that could really show that are scary, that would make us think, okay, like maybe we should focus more on alignment, or like maybe we shouldn't less. And I think for the paper that you were mentioning earlier, like some paper you were mentioning earlier, like I basically agree. Like there's some papers that come out and like we extrapolate too much. But like I'm trying to like, I guess this is maybe like part of my own research, like trying to figure out like what are the things that we can think of ahead of time that would really point to us knowing like that a future AI system might be scarier than we think it is.
So my general opinion is let's focus on building the world that we want to live in, and just stick with that. Like that, I genuinely believe as like a scientific guiding principle, as a cultural guiding principle, as an individual guiding principle, this is much more powerful than avoiding doom. And I will say that if you thread the needle correctly, you can both avoid doom and solve your way to, happy world states. Michael, were you going to say something?
Yeah.
You're like glitching out a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't. I just had a quick point of like, I'm very surprised of you like reading every Anthropic paper and still promoting aggressively accelerationism. That was like something that surprised me a little bit. But I guess I kind of see where you're coming from. And I had another point, but I forgot exactly what it was.
Do you mind if I jump in here? Because this is actually related to what I've been wanting to talk about here.
Totally, yeah. And then I think we'll do Pidgeeter next. Pidgeeter, welcome, by the way. It's good to have you here.
I think one of the big problems I have with the approach the AI safety people are are taking is that they are repeating mistakes that we've learned, strategies that don't work in computer security decades ago. And I think that any kind of approach of controlling access to systems and controlling information about systems has been shown to just not be functional. Like, that's security through obscurity. It's the same kind of thinking. And the way we've built secure systems, like actually secure systems that do what we want them to do and can't be taken over by other people, is by proliferating those systems so that they can be researched. The idea that you can even keep that kind of thing secret is frankly a fantasy. We know about China's corporate espionage. We know about, I mean, they just recently stole stuff from ASML. They stole everything from Boston Dynamics. Our military contractors get stuff stolen from them all the time. So the idea that we're going to like lock this down and keep people from getting access to it, and then that's going to result in security at the end, I think is nonsense. And a great example of how poorly that works is what's happened with Bing. You know, Bing talked about how, you know, they did a bunch of testing and they were really surprised by the sorts of approaches that people use to get past their security. And that is the exact problem that you have when you try to lock it down and control it from the center, is that as soon as you let real people interact with it, they're going to surprise you. And there's a new thing that's coming out now with third-party prompt injection, where since they're incorporating data from the web into their prompts, people have figured out how to start to manipulate the behavior of their agent by inserting stuff into the prompt from websites that users don't even know about. There's a proof of concept where they put something in the Wikipedia for like Albert Einstein, and during the window before that was corrected, if you looked up Albert Einstein, it would start Bing would start talking like a pirate. And like, there's just going to be more and more and more of this stuff. And the more you try to lock it down, the worse job you're actually going to do. This is just what we've learned from decades of the security industry. It's why Linux typically is more secure than Windows. It's just a totally brain dead approach to security.
Now do Mac. Just kidding. I 100% agree. Sorry. You just set me up, bro. You just set me up. But no, I really do agree with that. The main thrust of that point.
I think I remember the point I wanted to say, but I forgot. So the thing you said about you said something about OpenAI not releasing their vulnerabilities, or like really like malicious AIs. They will never speak about it. But the thing we've seen in practice is that they release Sydney and Bing without doing all the testing, and that they can only do all the tests by releasing it to their users. So I think in the future...
Well, that's... No. I just want to be really clear about what I specifically said, which is Jacques was asking me to say, you know, given that there was an event which we knew was very dangerous, like what degree of dangerous event would you respond to with like an impulse for deceleration? Or
but I'm saying an event can be just like a user interacted with Bing. Like Bing can be like a fire alarm for some people.
No, that's fine. You know, that's your sort of perspective. I think that's you could imagine that whatever, right? You could imagine anything being given a sensitive enough observer, right? But I was just I wasn't actually saying that they wouldn't. I was just saying that in the case that they knew, or that it existed and they knew, then like they probably wouldn't release it. That seems pretty like...
Yeah, I agree. Or maybe they...
Whether or not they will know is another question, but...
Maybe they will ask help from other safety orgs like Anthropic and stuff, but maybe more in private.
Yeah, I think... Yeah. Okay, Pidgeeter, what's up?
Oh, it has been a long time. So I had a question for Michael and Chakis. If I'm mispronouncing you, that's my bad. How do you define the difference between someone being incredibly capable and incredibly dangerous? I'm curious, how do you both define it? Again, this is going to be kind of related, but I want your definition to it.
So you want a definition of somebody who's incredibly capable but incredibly dangerous? What is our definition to it?
So I'm assuming an agent, right? Like in this case, like let's say be it any agent. How do you differentiate between someone being capable and someone being competent? Someone being dangerous and someone being competent.
Not sure I could provide you with a good answer to this. But are you talking specifically about an AI agent, or are you talking about like somebody who's trying to build an AGI?
The former, yes, yeah. An AI agent which is competent. Like it's very hard in my head, right? It's very hard for you to kind of draw that barrier.
Well, the dangerous one is not aligned with the user intention, and the competent one can be either aligned or not aligned.
I think that's a good starting point, right? But again, what alignment here would refer to is a person who's competent but who agrees with you, right? Who's dangerous but who agrees with you. So
it's not that much about like agreeing with you, but it's more like about like if I tell you to do something, it will actually do the thing and not do something else.
So I had a question, which is like, how do people in AI alignment think about when you have, when the AI is aligned to a human or a human organization, how does it face off against an AI which is aligned with another human organization, right? Like if you have one AI aligned with like, let's say the US, another one aligned against China, they're both kind of like aligned and they're both, going to be aligned against each other, right? So, I mean, like if you have multiple AIs, they're all going to have like different versions of alignment with their human being. So how does that work? I mean, how can you have a single kind of vision of alignment, right?
Yeah, I guess that's definitely part of the whole problem of alignment. Like, if I actually hope that we have more people in alignment thinking about like things like this. Like, it's not about like aligning it to one person and then like whatever, that person just like rules the world or something. Like, how do you actually deal with like an AGI that is like superhuman and then is aligned to like one like government or something? Like I am like totally concerned about like totalitarianism like happening because of these AGI systems, and it's not clear to me like what exactly is the solution here, but I do think it's something that we should be thinking about.
Planning capabilities landscape. I would love to, we should probably just do like a more alignment-y flavored space. I feel like there's a lot of stuff here that people want to talk about. But this space is called Get In. We're accelerating.
Accelerating alignment.
All right. We are accelerating everything, all of it. Let me just say I'm fucking super tired right now. And this has been good, but I want to do some like really schizo shit. Like I'm gonna make a really loud noise right now to try to wake myself up. Like, all right, cool. So this person right here, Cyber Gothic, you have like, I'm gonna say a budget of 20 words. Like, let's fucking go.
Sorry, can I just jump in real quick before I'm just gonna drop out. But okay. I just want to say you've been like really gracious and thank you for like asking questions, and this like didn't really dissolve into like the chaotic mess that I was like a little bit concerned about.
Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Like I said, my whole game here and my whole like desire is to see a better world, and I'm like pretty optimistic we can get there. So thanks for joining, and we can talk more.
Hey Baselord. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
I have 7 words. When does the book come out?
Well, we're getting give us a little bit of time. 2023 is going to be a good year, we, like I said, we're both building, and we're also building this thing. So it's quite hard, and everybody around is like, we've really tried to stay focused on like on getting things done, and like I would say that's going well. But great question, and yeah, maybe you know, yeah, I think people are already starting to experiment with other ways of sort of relaying this material, and I think there's a lot of nuance left to cash out. It's just, to be quite honest, there's a lot of work to do on just all of that. If we think about other related ideologies, there's like been like 10 or 20 years plus to lay it all out, to work all these details out, and to write them down, and it's just a lot of hours, a lot of man hours work. So I appreciate the question, and please give us some time.
Yeah, no worries. I'm excited to read it. That was all.
Thank you. Cool. So let's see. We've got Slouch. I tried to let you up like 50 times, and it just kept glitching out.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm just chilling. Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast.
Nice.
And yeah, the full moon's almost here, so I've really, I'm thinking all about the implications of, the information parsing machine and the way that kind of how that affects our biological lives and just like us living as people and all that. And I don't know, I think that there's, these systems kind of moving together, and I like to think of like the kind of rolling ball that is like the techno capital kind of silicon, like this like intelligence guiding force or whatever that's like caused like silicon and wire lines to like coalesce the globe, and like the flow of the electrons. Like it's basically like the inoculation of a medium, like a fungus or something. Like, you can inoculate like pith with these spores, and then it like spreads across, and it grows, and it's like this fucking energy network. And then eventually, one day, fucking fruit pops out on the top, dude. And it's like, I don't know.
Let's get this fruit.
It's fried. Sorry, yeah.
No, bro, that's good. It's Slouch. Sounds like you're having a good time. And thank you. Yes, let's get this fruit. All right. Who is next? I'm gonna. Can you guys drop, if you don't mind, just like anybody who's not said anything, because I need to like approve people to come up. This is a risky one. All right, this is the last chance. Like I'm seeing people. Anna, Telly, Waxing Arcane. What's up? Like, Chris, what's up, man? Let's do this. This is it. This is the final run.
I know. I love to hear Anna.
Anna, yes. Anna, what's up?
She reacted, but she didn't like come.
She may be like traveling or something. A long time ago, I thought Anna was a bot because I would always be in space. Because I would always be in spaces, and she would be like listening and like just not joining. But then